All right, we are live. Welcome. Let's play a little overture music as we get some folks trickling in. Oh, I'm playing on the phone. There we go. So yeah, the plan for today is to make some tracks using the All Roads instrument, which is what you're hearing now. Hey, what's up, Scott? Scott22. How's it going? Welcome. So yeah, we're gonna use the All Roads instrument, which we've been featuring on the channel, but good news, it is now accessible, usable, compatible with every DAW or software environment. You can use it with Logic. There's Logic presets specifically for Logic Sampler. There's Contact presets, so if you have Contact, the full version of Contact, you can use it with that. And the best news is that it's also for Decent Sampler, which, if you don't know about Decent Sampler, it's a free sample plugin that you can run All Roads. I designed All Roads specifically, a bunch of presets specifically for Decent Sampler. So no matter what you have now, whether you use Reaper, Fruity Loops, GarageBand, whatever, I think it even works on iOS, you can use All Roads. So before it was just Ableton, so that is good news. Nice. Greetings from Colombia. Nice. What time is it in Colombia? And then what I want to do tonight with this, with all these sounds and everything, is I've got a new MIDI pack out. It's called Chords That Vibe. There's 2 volumes, 1 and 2. Nice, 11:33 p.m. Good night. And in these 2 volumes, there's kind of 2 different vibes going on. Volume 1 has all like smooth kind of chord progressions. So things that just move cleanly from one to the other. Hey, what's up? What's up, Knuckles? Welcome. How you doing? Nice. Glad you're digging it, Scott. And then the second volume of the Chords That Vibe MIDI pack is a little crunchier. It uses dominant chords, stuff like this. That can then resolve to stuff like this. And it's all good to go. All the links are below. You can go check them out. You can pick them up. There's 264 chord progressions in there. So if you like the channel and you've seen any of the Chords That Vibe videos I've put out and all that stuff, this is a mega pack of just tons of material that you can dig into. In that same kind of style and that same conception of harmony. But I don't have any demos for it yet to put on the page. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. We're going to make some demos. We're going to make some tracks using the chord progressions from the MIDI pack, using the All Roads instrument, and a few other things. So yeah, let's do it. Why don't we just jump into it? Let's go for it. Let's see. Let's pop over to Ableton here. Who else we got in the chat here? Where are you listening from, Knuckles? We got Colombia. All right, let's see where we want to go here. Let's see. Let me show you just the situation first here, just also for people watching in the future. Here's the deal. All the stuff here. Got the All Roads instrument. You got the chords that vibe. Hey, what's up, A-Class? Toronto, nice. Greetings. So that's volume 1 here. We got volume 2. Yeah, I think you guys are going to dig this. Fresno, nice. California. Cool. So let's jump into it. We'll come back. We'll come back here. All right, let's see. Let's hop over to... It's been a minute since I've streamed. I got to remember my hotkeys here. Let's go over to this guy. Yeah, there we go. So let's see. Oh, you know what? And also, I've got a sample pack using these. That's the third thing I wanted to share on this stream. Is there's a sample pack, because I know some people aren't MIDI people. Some people are into getting into the nitty gritty of the chords. That's cool. But I know there's a lot of people, potentially watchers of this channel, who sometimes you just want the chords. You don't want to build it from scratch and go down the music theory rabbit hole. It can be exhausting. So I used 30 of the chord progressions from the MIDI pack using the All Roads instrument and made samples out of it. So that is also on my site, jaronlopez.com. You'll find that right here, Samples That Vibe, Volume 2, and it's the All Roads. And I'm digging these. I actually was using them earlier. Check this one out here. Put together a little sketch. Let's go over here. Put together a little sketch. This is what I had cooking here. Here's the sample. So let's start a new one here. I got my, you can access the MIDI packs. Obviously you can use them with anything that works with MIDI. So you can use them with any DAW, any software, even hardware that accepts MIDI, synthesizers. You can use them with anything. So let's see, where should we go first? Let's have some fun with this. Why don't you guys give me a key? They're in all 12 keys. So let's see, I got my folder. I'm using Ableton, so I've got it rigged up here, but again, you can use them with anything. Let's see. Got my folder here, sample, chords that vibe. We'll start with volume 1, the smoother one. This one's kind of, I didn't officially name them this, but in my mind when I was making them, this volume 1 is smooth and volume 2 is crunchy. Okay, cool, B minor. I'm down with that. Let's go to B minor, and you can see here there's a folder for every key. So there's chords in every key. In fact, there's 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 chord progressions in every key in both volumes. So there's a lot of material here. I'll be honest with you, at times when I was making these, I was like, it should probably just make a bunch of EPs and albums with these. And had moments where I was even like, I don't know if I should give these away. Not because they're like amazing, but I was just like, I should make music with these. But then I decided I can do both. I can share them with all the cool people out here and make music with it. And honestly, I tend to go down the jazz fusion rabbit holes. I'm pumped to hear what other people do with it. Maybe you'll go down the jazz fusion rabbit hole. Maybe you go down a different rabbit hole. So yeah, chord progressions are cool like that because they're very much just seeds, you know. You can take them anywhere. Scott, great question. The MIDI pack doesn't come with any sounds. It's just the MIDI, but you can get them packaged with the sounds that I'm using here. So for example, if you want to use them with this exact Rhodes vibe we're playing with here, you can get that bundled. If you go to my website, you go to the store, this All Rhodes tab has got all the stuff here. So you can get it bundled with the All Rhodes instrument. So it'll come with both packs and the All Rhodes instrument, which again is available or accessible, compatible with all DAWs and everything. So that's a good recipe there. That's kind of why I bundled it. If you grab the MIDI packs, you grab the All Rhodes, you got basically, you got a bucket full of vibe. So yeah, but obviously you could use it with anything. You could use it with anything. I've also got it bundled here with the Ambi electronic preset. So if you're an Ableton user, you can use that. I'm going to show you all these sounds though. So let's get to it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean I wrote all these chord progressions with the All Rhodes instrument, so they could work for anything. We'll use a bunch of stuff today. Maybe we'll do some with some strings and whatnot, but they definitely are at home on a Rhodes, as kind of these vibey chords typically are. What's up, Ill Wafer? I'm not watching. I'm not watching. I'm watching Ableton. Welcome. All right, let's jump back to it here. Let's see. I'm rusty on my switching. Let's see. Okay, where were we? B minor. Somebody said B minor. I think it was A class said B minor. Cool. Let's do B minor. Let's see. Let's do. Oh, that's A minor. Let's do B minor. Let's see. Let's just grab one. Let's do B minor to. Let's do B minor to B flat sus. That sounds good. Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's see. This might be a little too ambient for this one. I got the ambient preset from All Rhodes. So let's see. Let's see how it works. Let's go. This is perfect because this is what I wanted to show people on the stream is, let's see, let me move this over here. I think we'll be good. Yeah, okay, perfect. Is that I purposely kept the chords kind of blocky because if you've checked out, is any of you guys seen the Chords That Vibe videos on the channel, specifically like the one from a year ago? I forget which one. It's like the first Chords That Vibe one. Regardless of whether you've seen it or not, I kind of show a method in that it's kind of become how I show people how to take a basic chord progression and turn it into something more specific. It has more personality. That's musical. The Kaytranada one is exactly. That's one of them. There's like 3 of them that kind of showcase this kind of concept. So in those videos, basically, in how I make music, it's certainly not the only way to do it, but I think a lot of people approach harmony this way, some way or another. That you just kind of start with blocks. So right now, this is pretty uninteresting, although the the sound is nice. Rhythmically, there's not a whole lot going on because we just got 2 bars, 2 bars. Although I'm not mad at it. There's a time and place for just keeping it simple like this too. There's plenty of room there. But what I like to do is right off the bat just be like, and there's a reason why I kept them simple like this, is because now you can very easily just be like, all right, well, how about we pop this one over a little bit, and now we got a little rhythm happening here. Let's see what happens. We won't really tell. We probably won't be able to tell exactly what's going on there because we don't have any perspective rhythmically. So let's add some drums. Let me keep it real simple at first. Maybe let's even just add a hi-hat. Let's see. Yeah, we'll let it loop. Let's build it up. Yeah, exactly. A-class, shift in the 4th. Exactly. All that kind of stuff. All those concepts are what I used to build the MIDI pack and the sample pack. So that's kind of what we got cooking here. So let's just see. We're shifting the block, and then I'll show you how I at least approach kind of creating the melody. And then before you know it, out of these initial seeds of these chord progressions, you've got a vibe. Let's go for it here. Let's see. Now, right off the bat, now we've got a feeling for it. Right off the bat, now it's like, let's get our drums to sync up with this, which is on the in between the 4th beat of bar 2 and the 1st beat of bar 3. In other words, the 8th note in between beat 4 and 1. So we need a 4-bar loop to do that. Right now, our drum loop's just 2 bars. So we'll duplicate it. And now that point is going to be right here. So that's the important point. That's the moment that when the chords change, if you imagine our keyboard player vibing out over there, that's that moment where the keyboard player is looking at the drummer being like, are you going to catch this? And if he does, you know it's going to be a cool gig, you know it's going to be a cool vibe, you know it's going to be a cool record, fill in the blank. If the drummer doesn't catch it, it's not the end of the world. You're still grooving, but it's like it's a little bit less detailed. So either way, but let's grab that. We'll put a kick there. Maybe we remove the first one to really kind of drive that point home in a way. Maybe emphasize with some 8th notes. Let's see. Here we go. But now we need more in the drums. So let's fill this out a little bit. Let's get a little bit more just steadiness here. It's pretty broken up. So I'm just gonna fill out the hi-hats. Let's see. We'll go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll just add these. Let's bring that downbeat on the kick back. I think we could use that back, actually. Yeah. All right. Okay. Shift these Now we've got a pulse. We've kind of got a groove here. So now let's go back to our chords. Chords that vibe. And let's see. This is where the magic of having a chord progression kind of already here is so potent, because if you have to pull these out of thin air, sometimes it's just not in the cards. Sometimes you sit down and you just got nothing, or you do the same thing. What's great about having a resource like this, I wish I had this at many points. When you have a resource like this, Chords That Vibe, even when you're not inspired, you can just grab one of these chord progressions and you can just start scooting things around, and before you know it, things will start to occur to you. Like, for example, let's head back over here. Now, I wasn't thinking it at all initially, but now with the drums going and everything, I'm thinking, all right, let's lead up to this note here. So let's maybe go dun, 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 dun. Hey, what's up, Dread? Welcome. We're using chord progressions from the Chords That Vibe MIDI pack. These guys. We're making some demo tracks to put on the site here tonight. So let's see. Let's walk up to it. Let's see. Let's do dun dun dun. Maybe we'll do offbeats. So again, we don't have to even play anything or add anything. We can just go like, let's see if we got. Let's do the top three. So maybe we'll move this over here, this over here. Now it's offbeat, offbeat, offbeat. So we're kind of walking up in a way. In fact, you know what? Let's do this. We'll go even further. And look, now we're starting to get a melody. We're getting kind of a melody is emerging here. We'll duplicate that note, fill it in, because we want everything to sustain. We just want to re-trigger those notes, basically. You can think of it like that. Let's see what happens now. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. It's a melody emerging from just connecting the chords. There's a nice connection point here. This note from this previous chord, this note to the second chord, they're a semitone apart. So it's a nice connection point. Let's see, how can we get back? In fact, you know what? Let's go back to the drums though. Let's see, let's kind of emphasize that stuff a little bit. And I'm thinking, let's speed it up. We're at 94, let's get a little more energy here. I want to do a lot with the drums, but you know what? Let's finish this idea over here, and then we'll go over to the drums and flesh them out a little bit more. So let's make our way back. Hey, what's up, Jeffrey? Welcome. Great to see you in the chat here. Glad you're digging the sounds. So let's see. We want to get back to the top note potentially, which is F sharp. Let's see. So maybe we go. You know what? Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it real simple. Let's just do the same thing. So let's bring this back. We'll just do the same thing. Sometimes it doesn't need to be crazy. And now we're just gonna walk back. There we go. What is this? Nice. That sounds like we got some an interesting night, recounting an interesting night in here. What's up, Yermo? Welcome. All right, let's see if this works. works. I'm getting a little clicking here, unfortunately. I got my stuff's cranked up, so apologies if there's any popping. Trying to keep it to a minimum here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's once you have the kind of core idea of what the harmonic structure is, it almost the melody's inevitable, actually, in a certain way. That harmony is actually just a bunch of resulting melodies. But the challenging thing, though, is that if you try to just create these harmonies melodically, it's usually too much of a labyrinth, so it can be tricky. So I like this, but I don't like how it's just going do 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 do. The back and forth is too like seesaw. It's too much. So let's see. Can we make it go up? Let's see. Is there a note from this chord that we could duplicate and move up? This is another slick way to make things evolve. So let's duplicate the loop. Again, all coming from the initial MIDI clip. Let's see. What if we go... maybe... just checking out the notes here. Yeah, let's do this. Check this out. We got this G sharp here. So what we'll do is we'll actually copy this G sharp and move it up an octave. And now that's still part of the chord, but we've now just brought it up, and now it's going to be functioning like a melody. And that'll allow us to now do the same thing with our first chord, except now we can take this note, A, and move it up an octave, and it matches up right here. So we're just kind of like taking these initial units that come from the chords that Vibe MIDI pack and basically kind of rearranging them, highlighting, outlining aspects of them when we need to, duplicating a note and moving it up, or you don't even need to duplicate it. You could even just spread them out. Either way, we're just kind of, we still haven't added any new information in terms of notes to what's going on. We're just rearranging and manipulating it. Let's see what happens. Here we go. That feels a little weird because it's chromatic. So I don't really like it, to be honest. So maybe what we should do instead... let's try a different thing. That's C, E flat, G. Hey, let's try it without it. Scott, you said what? Do you have 4 chord progressions or more in the MIDI pack? Yes. A lot. Most of them are. Well, no. A lot of them are 2 chords, kind of building on the types of things that I've shown in the videos and whatnot. How a lot of modern music actually just uses kind of 2 chords, and it sometimes feels like more than 2 chords because of what we're doing right now. Even like what you can see on screen here, where we're taking 2 chords, but now we're actually morphing those 2 chords to have variations of how those 2 chords are positioned, which often sounds like a different chord. But to answer your question, yes, there are chord progressions that have 4 chords, and in volume 2, almost every single chord progression has at least 3, and some of them have up to 6. So the bulk of it is taking advantage of kind of this modern style of focusing on 2 different harmonic territories and finding smooth ways to get back and forth. But there are 4 chord progressions, there are 3 chord progressions, and I think 6. I think that's where it maxes out. Yeah. Let's see. All right, let's get something going here. this wants to go up. Let's go. Maybe these notes should be an octave higher. Yeah. The chord progressions have velocity variations. Yeah, exactly. Like you can see they do have built-in velocity variations where typically the structure is that the top note is subtly louder, the bottom note is subtly quieter, and then the interior notes are spread out a little bit in the middle. So for most instruments, this will kind of give you a nice flattering articulation of the harmony right off the bat, where you'll hear the top note as the melody right off the bat. The bass will be in there, but not overpowering as a root note. Yeah, exactly. So they're kind of optimized in that way. I didn't want to do too much rhythmic stuff. So in other words, what we'll probably do next here, in fact, let's go ahead and do it now, is, and I know Ableton 12 has some stuff where you can automatically do this. I'm not on Ableton 12 right now, but stuff like this where you could spread it out a bit. Oh man, City Monk, that's awesome. Thanks so much for supporting the channel, for being there from the early days. That's crazy, 200 subs. Wow, yeah, I appreciate everybody who subs to the channel and engages and comments and just watches. I appreciate everybody, but that's awesome. Yeah, 200 subs. Wow, that was not too long ago, honestly. I was between like 12 and 200 for a long time. Appreciate you, man. That's awesome. I'm glad I could help. You said helped your production. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. So you can definitely just do this by hand. Sometimes my OCD kicks in. Oftentimes it does, and I'll go to like 256 notes just because why not? And I'll even do this sometimes, do it kind of like micro rhythm. This is awkward. I don't like this one. I want to jump higher here. So let's see. We're on B flat sus. So we'll do C. We'll go to C, which is right here. This note. And we'll do this one earlier, actually. There we go. Okay, we got to jump out of it. That's what we got to do. So we'll go up here. And then I'm thinking, let's see if this is, yeah, okay, cool. I think I got it now. Well, we need to get up to E. Yeah, okay, perfect. We got it. We'll do this. We'll do E flat up here. C sharp. So this is getting a little wonky, but we're gonna clean it up in a second here. So C sharp, again, I haven't added any new notes to the original MIDI clip, which is what I love about this kind of concept, is that kind of the fun kind of puzzle or chess game of it is seeing how long you can hold off before you add anything new. Really just like squeezing all the juice out of the initial idea that you can. So now we got a shape. It's going, we start here, we kind of go up a little step, and then we go up quite a few steps, and now we got to make our way back down. Can we get a note here? Where do we want to go? This is B flat sus, so maybe we'll go to back to C. That'll work. Yeah, and then we need to get back down to F sharp. So maybe we'll do that by way of G. Okay, cool. Who's with me? Who's with me here? I'm always curious if all this kind of talk. I know we got some theory people, we got some beat people, we got some techno, house, jazz. I know we got a lot of people here. Who's with me here? How are you guys doing? We got something here now. Nice. Okay, Nate just showed up, but you're here for it. Okay, we got Nate. We got John. Oh, nice. We got Spanish Soul. Yeah, you're right. It does have. We got kind of a what do they call that? Andalusian. I might be totally off on that. Scott, I like theory. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Nice. Okay, cool. So let's see. Now we've got. Let's see. Let's kind of clean it up. I'm gonna let it loop a little bit, but this is the shape now, and now we've got a melody. So again, out of the initial MIDI pack or initial MIDI clip from Chords That Vibe Volume 1, went to B minor, grabbed it in, and now just by kind of re-triggering some of the notes, repositioning some of the notes, moving them up an octave, now we've got this melody going from. Which on its own is a little zesty. So let's see if we can smooth it out. Let's see what happens here. Here we go. We need to get these. Let's make sure all the top notes have the highest velocity. It's 85, 85, 85, 85. We move that one from the bottom, so that one's a little lower. And since it's higher, maybe we'll make it a little lower just so it's not so intense. So we'll do 80. Maybe we do another 80. Come back to 85 there. 85. All right, cool. Let's see. Cool. So now let's get it rhythmically cohesive. I like the first bar. This one I want to go maybe. Let's do da da. Yeah, exactly, John. That's kind of what this whole MIDI pack is in the realm of those kinds of musicians, that kind of music, Mind Design. Yusef Days, Flying Lotus, Thundercat, all those people. Alpha Mist, Domi, JD Beck. I'm trying to think of more. That whole spectrum of music. Mind Design, I think I already said that. That's the one you mentioned. Yeah. So that is exactly the concept here. And there's 2 volumes of the MIDI pack. I'll do a quick plug here. Let's go to it. The 2 volumes kind of give you 2 aspects of that. So Chords That Vibe Volume 1 is a more pure kind of version of it, more smooth. So that's going to be kind of maybe like the more Yusef Daisy kind of thing. And then Volume 2 is crunchier. So it uses dominant chords. And that's maybe more in the sphere of maybe a little bit more leaning towards like Kiefer, I'm blanking on his name. Rob Araujo. Somebody. I'm butchering the last name. Those kinds of musicians and that kind of style. A little bit more jazz leaning. So there's kind of both flavors there. We'll make one from Volume 2 next. This is from the more smoother side of the coin right now. Let's see. Let's head back over here. Did I say yeah, Scott? I might have mixed that up. Domi and JD Beck. Yeah. Um, Nate, yes. Let's see. You only have live intro. Yes, these MIDI packs are just MIDI, so they don't produce any sound. They're compatible with any piece of software or hardware or any DAW that accepts MIDI, which is pretty much everything. So you can use it with anything. Yeah, and on their own, they're just MIDI files. So you have to put them on a track, and then they'll produce these chords with whatever sound, obviously, that you have on that track. In this case, it's the All Roads library, which you can also get, and you can get that bundled with everything right here. So you can get that as part of, I'm so rusty on my streaming hotkeys here. You can get it bundled. So you can get this instrument, which is now, which is the All Roads, which is now compatible with any DAW. So you can use it with Logic, you can use it with Contact, and you can use it with Decent Sampler, which is a free sample plugin that you can run in anything that hosts plugins. So any DAW. Yeah. So what I'm using right now is exactly this right here, All Roads with the Chords That Vibe MIDI pack. So if you've already got an instrument that you like to use, you can just grab the MIDI and drag them onto that track. If you want to use this exact Rhodes, you can grab that as well. Yeah. So short answer, you can absolutely use them with live intro. Yes, you can use them with the live intro. Back to Ableton. Here we go. All right. And Dread, I agree. We're going to do some variation of the positioning and velocity next here. But I'm hearing a melody here now. It goes... Yeah, Scott, I agree. Ableton's a great one. I've used a whole bunch, as I'm sure a lot of you probably have as well. But I enjoy Ableton. I like the simplicity. Yeah. Yeah, Nate, there's a lot of great sounds in Ableton, but I agree. That's why I sample this instrument is me sampling the Rhodes behind me here. There's just something about the classic sound that you don't really have to have. You don't have to have a whole lot. There's just something about that actual bell in this Rhodes here that just really just hits the spot sometimes. Okay, I think this is the rhythm. And then that one wants to be there. So we'll actually make this chord happen earlier, which I'm just only doing based off of my impulse of where that melody wants to be. Or actually, no, hold on. Did I... Dude, I think I actually heard it like this, actually. We'll put this at 85, 85, okay. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go. And we'll get this guy here. Maybe on the beat. Everything's kind of been off beat, so we'll go on the beat this time. Contrast. When you do one thing for too long, there's always free points to just start doing the other thing. It's gonna instantly be interesting just because it's what you haven't been hearing. When you've been loud for a while, go soft. When you've been high, go low. When you've been fast, go slow. All right. make that feel okay, I think, by manipulating other things like a bass line or drums, but I'm just gonna make it on the offbeat. Do, do, do. Okay, cool. And then this note, I'm craving that being a different note. Let's see. Do, do. Can we go somewhere else? Let's see. This is B minor, so... And that's C. Okay, yeah. I think we can go to A. Yeah, right there. All right, that's it. Nice. I like that. Let's see. Let's tweak the sound a little bit. Vibrato. Same thing we did over there. Yeah. Oh man, Nate, you read my mind. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we got to do a trumpet or a sax solo. I'm right there with you, Nate. Let's do that. Yeah, I agree. That's cool. Nice. We're on the same page there. I just want the big chords where it's all at once. I just want them to be a little cascaded, you know? Just because why not? And there's definitely an easier way to do this, but I don't know. Sometimes I find the tedium of that kind of relaxing in a way, you know? There we go. I think we'll leave it at that. Ring out all the way as well, and this as well. Kind of let that melody just be within the chords, and there you have it. That is a chord progression. Which one? That was Chords That Vibe Volume 1, B minor sus to B flat 13. Nice, very satisfying. We're not done yet, but very satisfying there. Volume 1, that's one of 132 of these guys. There's 131 more of these in here. And then there's a whole nother volume that has another 132, which we'll get to in the next one we build here. I'm stoked on that. I mean, obviously I'm stoked to share it, but I'm gonna see how many tunes I can crank out of these chord progressions, because as I was putting them together, I was pumped to hear what other people do with them. But then I was really intrigued. I was intrigued to realize that I had basically just done the prep work for potentially 240. What is it? 132, 264 tunes. So, you know, will I make one out of every single one? Maybe, maybe not. But the potential's there. So they're all different as well. You know, some of the underlying harmonic principles are the same, but the way it's being articulated is different, which you can see just in this example. It really doesn't matter what it is in theory so much as it matters, or a better way to say it might be, it doesn't matter as much about the labeling of the chord as it does about the way that you position the notes specifically. It's terrible. And the way that you weave through them, you know, that more so the chord progression is like this little maze or this labyrinth, and it's more about your pathway through it and the way that you come to dead ends and then back out of them and then find your way out ultimately. The Minotaur. So yeah, cool. Let's add some stuff here. What do we got? MIDI trumpet or sax. Yes. So the pack comes with chords, not just an instrument. Yes, the pack, the chords that Vibe pack is just the chords. So for example, I'll show you just so make it real. I'll just show you exactly what the deal is here. So you get the pack. Where am I? There we go. Let's say you get the pack, you open a blank session in your DAW, you open a MIDI track, you get all of these folders with each key, you grab one, you drop it in, you hit play, there's the chord, just like the one we just did, ready for you to do whatever you'd like with it. But there's no sound because the MIDI file itself is just the MIDI information. But the moment that you drag something in, for example, you could drag in the Rhodes instrument, which you can get bundled with the MIDI packs on my website. Now you'll get that sound. So this is another one here, D minor 9 to G minor 11. This one takes advantage of the common note on top. I like this one. Maybe we'll do this one next. Although I do want to pick one from volume 2. But what's really nice is that obviously you can use any sound. So as opposed to a sample pack where if this was a sample of the Rhodes, there's nothing you can do about changing the sound. It is what it is. But MIDI is amazing because now let's say you want a different sound. So for example, we go to my Ambi Electronic preset pack, which you can also get on the website. And let's see, let's grab a pad. Let's do Radium. Let's see, I'm pushing my computer here. I got this drum sound and everything. It's kind of a lot going on with the streaming, so hopefully this doesn't throw it out. But now, same MIDI, different sound, and we got something like this. But you get the idea. Yeah, so that's how that works. That's just kind of the beauty of MIDI. Can be confusing though, because like MIDI, audio, VST, it's kind of, there's a lot going on, but that's the concept there. And the nice thing about MIDI is that every DAW can take that in. So I've never heard of DAW of any kind that has a limitation where you can't accept MIDI, no matter how introduction level it might be. I think everything accepts MIDI. In many ways, MIDI is kind of at the heart of this whole music technology thing we got going on. Yeah, give the history of MIDI a Wikipedia. It's a if you're a production or a music nerd in that way, you'll be intrigued. A rare tale of something kind of just staying the same and kind of nailing it on the first try, actually. A rare tale. All right, let's go back. Let's get our drums going here. I want to sync up the drums with this pattern now, with this melody really specifically. So let's see how quick I can do this. I'm feeling like an open hi-hat thing. Let's go with that. That's what's coming to mind. So let's do it. Yeah, let's just even repeat this. First two beats we get that open hi-hat business, so let's put these guys up here maybe. Okay, yeah. And then we want those, let's emphasize those melody notes there with the drums. So let's see, how minimal do we want to be? Let's see. All opens for those. Let's go real minimal. Let's just do kicks and open hi-hats for all of those. Yeah, check it off. And then maybe here, let's see. We can chill on that. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's do it here. Yeah, I'm absolutely on board for the ghost snare. In fact, I already got all these snares lined up here for the ghost, so we're just going to pepper those in after. Right now I'm kind of getting the structure of the rhythm. But yeah, I agree. Ghost after the rim tap, I'm with that. Let's do that. Nick's got some Nate, sorry if I was calling you Nick. Nate's got some good ideas here. Some great ideas. Ghost snare, Chet Baker vibe. I'm digging that. Let's see. Let's keep going with our opens here. What's that? You know what? I don't really want that. Let's just actually maybe chill out on that here. We'll go straight. We'll do some straight action. Yeah. That's cool. because I'm having to play it from the beginning every time, which is starting to get annoying. So let's just go over here and we will work an arrangement view so that we don't have to hear that top every single time. Let's try it. Okay, cool. I think that's what we want there. Let's go for that. Okay, cool. And now let's duplicate it out here, which will give us the rest, and we just make a couple minor adjustments for the other side of the phrase, and we are good to go. Let's see, so. Let's do a cymbal here. Is that shank? And we'll just give it some space here. Except we want this quieter. What is that? 55. Let's do this. Okay. Boom. And then on the beat, there we go. Yep, okay, we'll do this. Just filling in the space in between, basically. Okay, I think we're almost there. Yeah, we'll do this one. Nice. Get a little balance. There we go. Swap these guys. Yep. What if we scoot the tempo up a little bit? 105? Let's try it. This is, I would probably, if I were, well, I am making it, but I just mean if I wasn't streaming and I was just kind of delving into this, I'd probably leave this, play a bunch of other stuff, and then come back and probably chill it out a little bit. But for right now, I like how it's giving me a bunch of business. So now when we add a bass line or a solo, we can kind of like play off of some of those ideas and then later kind of remove the scaffolding and give it a little bit more space and whatnot. Nice. Thanks for coming through, Dread. Let's see. Let's grab a bass. Let's do a bass. We're going to do the same thing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, right. Gotcha. That's so weird that happens. thing I like to do that you've probably seen on the channel, perhaps if you've seen my process through the videos, the way I presented it, is just copy the kick pattern and go ahead and put that in the bass. Simple as that. And by the way, this is the, I'm all over the place here. This bass, well here, I'll set it up first. Here we go. So again, using the MIDI clip, you can get your bass going from the MIDI clip as well. So we got the kick pattern here. And now we know that our chord progression, if we just go back to even just the title of our chord progression here, the clip file title, it's B flat, B sus 11 to B flat sus 13. So the important thing there is B to B flat. Those are the root notes. So even if you are not privy to any music theory stuff, or even if you don't want to be, you can still get you can cover a lot of ground here by just looking at those two notes, taking your kick pattern, and then we can just say to ourselves, hey, let's take our kick. That's pretty low. Maybe we'll go up here. So for everything happening in bars 1 and 2, we should abide by the first chord, which is B. And then anything happening in bars 3 and 4, we should probably have B flat. And also our B flat actually begins right before, I believe, so it would be right there. And then the same deal over here. 5 and 6 would be B, and 7 and 8 would be B flat. And already we should have a bass line that's at least doing its job, meaning it's playing the root notes and it's rhythmically integrated into what we're already doing in this quote-unquote band. In other words, if you imagine players, the bass player's sitting there, the drummer and the keyboardist are already doing their thing, and the bass player, it's that bass player's moment to do two things. One, vibe with the drummer, meaning how am I going to rhythmically play with what you're doing? A good starting point there is vibe off of the kick drum. And then harmonically, for the keyboard player, how are you going to support what the keyboardist is doing? A great place to start in that way is play the root note of the chord. And this kind of checks off both those boxes right off the bat. Let's see what happens. Okay, so, you know, it is what it is. One thing we're missing here is it's too short. These these rhythms work for kick, but we need them to be longer. So let's see. Let's just extend them. Let's see how that works. That should work. And we could actually use the legato function, but in fact, let's do that. Watch this. We can go like, well, no, actually we won't. We could use legato. Yeah, we will. Okay, so if you delete the deactivated ones, because that will throw this off. If you delete these, and then you go over here and highlight everything and just do legato, it'll connect all the notes. Handy feature. I often overlook it, but it's very handy. So that's that. Here, I like this bass. It's called Nod. It's great for just a bass that stays out of the way, and it is part of my Ambi electronic preset pack for Ableton's analog. So this one you can get here. It's part of this bundle. You can get all Rhodes and the Ambi electronic bundle together, or you can just get it over here on its own, the Ambi electronic preset pack. This does require Ableton Suite though. And 11, I believe. Let's see, Ableton Suite version 11.0.12 or later. So this is a little bit more limited in what it's able to be compatible with, but this bass is from this preset pack, and maybe we'll use a lead from it in a bit as well. But that's where this bass is coming from. I use it a lot on this channel. All right, let's make this bass a little more interesting. We can do that by just moving octaves. Let's start with that. Let's just move octaves. What if we just go... Let's go boom, boom. Nate, no. The Rhodes is usable in any version of Ableton. Or any other DAW as well. You can use it with anything. You can use it with Ableton. I'll pop over. Let me just... I wrote all the specs on the website. So it's all written there, but just so I make sure I don't accidentally misspeak here. It is compatible with... let's see. Compatible with Ableton, and that goes for Ableton Intro, Standard, Suite. So all versions of Ableton, 9.5 and newer. So you can use it with Ableton, all Ableton versions in terms of Intro, Standard, and Suite, all the way back to 9.5, version number 9.5 and newer. And you can also use it with Logic. There's Logic sampler presets, and there's Contact presets. So Contact 6, full Contact 6 and newer, Logic 10.7.9. And then also, even if you don't have any of those, you can use it with Decent Sampler, which is a free sample plugin that you can get for free, and you can run this library within that. I catered it specifically for Decent Sampler. It's actually really nice in Decent Sampler. I'll pull that up in a little bit so you can see it. It's got actually a nice background and everything. So basically, if you have a music program, you can run this, if you have a computer, honestly, because you can run Decent Sampler standalone. So if you've got a computer, you can run all Rhodes. But Ambi Electronic is only for Ableton Suite. So yes. Yeah, keep the questions coming, Nate. It's actually helpful to actually, instead of just trying to say it in abstract, to actually say it to someone who's wondering. So yes. All right, let's see. Octaves. Let's get a little fancy with this. Maybe I won't explain everything here, but we'll just go for it. Maybe we'll keep it moving here. I want to keep it rolling a little bit more here. All right. Heaviness there. Is anyone else getting that heavy bass? Don't mind it though. Let's see, we'll do B flat. We need B flat, so we'll go yeah, okay, we'll just do this. This will work. Yep. What do we do here? Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, boom, boom, dun, dun, dun. Get a little funky with it. Dun, dun, dun. Dead on. Maybe do F. Dead on. Gaba. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah. What am I hearing there? I'm hearing something. Let's see. Oop, gotta shift it over. Here we go. Is that what I'm hearing? I think this. 100. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that too, Nate. I agree. You know what? Let's get funky with it. We'll let the bass have some here. We'll do I love bass for this. Bass is so fun. Just kind of like you have to stay simple, but kind of trying to fit the puzzle together. Let's try this. I'm thinking, I don't know, just a little too busy. We'll do there. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do this. Yeah. Let's see. This might be too much. Let's see. Maybe even two of these guys. Yeah, there we go. Kind of matches the drums, how busy the drums are there. That's exactly why. Grab a lead called Turquoise. This is also from the Ambient Electronic preset pack. Turquoise. It's a nice lead. I've used it a lot on this channel. If you've seen recent videos, you've probably heard this sound. If you've got Ableton Suite, you can get this All Roads instrument and the Ambient Electronic bundle. I'm sorry, the Ambient Electronic preset pack, which includes this lead sound bundled. You can get them bundled together. Oh. Here we go. Right here. The Ambient Electronic preset pack with All Roads. That's what we're listening to right now. The Rhodes chords are from this All Roads instrument, available on all DAWs softwares. You can use it with anything. Ambient Electronic preset pack only for Ableton Suite 11 and newer. And that's what the bass is. And this lead we're about to play called Turquoise. And the chords are from the Chords That Vibe MIDI pack, Volume 1, which is this guy here. Volume 1. Sounds good, yeah. Check it out later, yeah. Volume 1, that's what this chord progression is from. There's 132 chord progressions in here, which is pretty cool. And you can get Volume 1 and 2 bundled as well. Just go over to my store, go to the All Roads tab, and that's where all this stuff is. All right, back to the tune. All right, let's see what happens. Let's put a little, let's just vibe on this. Let's see. Hopefully my computer can handle this with the streaming and everything. We'll see. Let's see, what do we got? Let's go with it. It's interesting melody. I'm digging that melody. Wow, actually a really cool melody. Wow. I did not realize how interesting that is. Hey, what's up? Dread is still here. Yeah, I'm with you. Those things look super cool. I've definitely sat there and nerded out on those videos quite a bit. It seems cool. It seems cool. Also, the Hydrasynth with the polyphonic aftertouch, that looks like a blast too. All right, my latency is so high that I'm struggling. So let me see if I can get away with knocking it down here. This might completely glitch out as far as the audio, but we'll see. Let's see what happens. All right. Can it do it? Let's see. It can play back that, but can it play it back with everything else? Let's see. Get a little more reverb here. Let's try it. Knock it up one more notch. We could obviously freeze it. Maybe we will. I typically don't do that just because I don't know why. Maybe we'll do that. Let's try it here though. melody that we created out of the chords from the MIDI pack with the flute sound now. So it's like I'm just taking a highlighter and outlining that. In fact, let's just show it just for the sake of, we'll show it. What I mean is, we're just taking this, not that, that's the bass line. You say with pizzazz? Yeah, exactly, Nate. I like that. A sine wave with pizzazz, with extra pizzazz. Hold on. Are we good? Okay, we're good. So we're taking our chords and we're just taking these notes. And we're just playing. That's all I'm playing. And I'm just articulating them melodically. So instead of just having them be sustained the whole way through, I'm kind of like looking for breath points. So for me, that was playing this as kind of an initial note. And then that's like the second part. And then it's like a third part. And then back to the beginning. So kind of breaking it into pieces, because if you just sustain it the whole way, it can get a little tiresome, and also just kind of doesn't sound like a melody unless there's breath, because what to me makes something melodic more than anything is the need for it to breathe, meaning it's not going to sound vocal unless it has breath points, because that's what that's the main limitation of a voice, of a singing voice or a speaking voice, any voice, but especially a singing voice, is the fact that you have to take a breath. So with instruments, especially keyboard instruments, you don't have to do that. So if you don't check in with that pretty ferociously, even if it's melodic in terms of its note and everything else, it's not going to sound melodic if there's no breath. So let's try it. Let's see. We'll record the melody, improvise a little bit, we'll come back, we'll call it a day on this one. Here we go. that works. Oh, I was in the little thing the whole time. Bummer. I like to try to keep my camera switching on point, but it gets away from me time to time. Cool. All right, let's move on. Let's see. Let me just stretch this out so we've got kind of a version here. How do I want to do that? We will go. Yes, this would be B1, so we can go over here. When you were talking about taking a breath. Yeah, no, absolutely, Nate. I mean, these are total, anything I think anybody talks about musically should be taken with a grain of salt. You know, it all depends on the context. So yeah, totally. All right, let's see. Dread, nice. You learned something. What'd you learn? Factoid? I'm cruising Wikipedia. Okay, I think we can just drag this out. Yep, that'll loop. Cool. I just want to do this because sometimes I do it and then I forget to, and then I try to come back later and I don't remember what was what. So yeah, we'll do this. All right, that's demo 1. You guys were here for it. Because that's the whole reason I wanted to do this stream, other than just sharing it and just vibing with you guys. But I was like, hey, I'm going to be making, I got to make these demos. I want to have something on all these pages where you can get these things so you can hear what's going on in them, rather than just reading the description and hoping it's cool. So I needed to make these demos, and I figured, why sit here and do it alone when I can kind of just, we can have the proverbial door open here to the studio, and you know, have the cats come in. So welcome, cats. Jorge, what's up? Well, glad to have you. All right, let's see. Oh, you know what? I don't want to lose my... Let me make sure I close my other stuff. I don't lose power here. All right. So that's demo 1. So hey, I think I think I've made the point. We didn't really reach for a whole lot of inspiration on this one, did we? Like, meaning we stuck to the MIDI clip. I mean, we really did. We went over here to Chords That Vibe. We went to volume 1. You guys said B. I forget who it was. Was it Nate? Somebody. I no cats on this premises. Tons of cats outside. Lots of neighborhood cats. Tons. Yeah, we started feeding the cats, and we disrupted the ecosystem temporarily. They just all started showing up. Literally, we had like 15 cats outside just at like 4 p.m. They just roll up. It was pretty cool, but also felt like a do not feed the animals situation. Or we were giving them too much, or I don't know what was going on, but it seemed like the entire cat world of this neighborhood was just like, screw everybody, every other food source. We're going there. That's where it's at. But no cats. No cats can call it their permanent dwelling. But yeah, am I right? We went Chords That Vibe. We went to B minor. Somebody said B minor. I grabbed one. The B flat sus called my name. We didn't add any notes. We just scooted things around. I think the only thing I might have done, I took some liberties with the bass, but I mean, really with that, I mean, we're talking just, I did these little chromatic guys here. Everything else was just the roots of the chords. The turquoise melody here was just the outlining the initial shape that we took from the chords, that we outlined through the chords, I mean. And then obviously I kind of embellished it here and there, but honestly, I liked when I stuck to the melody the best. I mean, there was some nice little improvisational moments, but some of it was just kind of like meandering and kind of hit some clammy notes. So yeah, the power of just kind of having a strong origin point. Those drums were, I did use the one from the sketch I had mentioned initially, as far as like the drawn in notes, but no, I just drew them in. I typically do draw them in by hand like that if I'm going to be doing the real intricate stuff. It can be fun to finger drum sometimes, but I don't know. I don't ever really go for it. Although anytime I see someone doing it on social media or whatever, I'm always like, that's fun. I gotta get into that. But then I just never make it happen. Can't tell you why. Well, actually, you know what? Because I used to do it a lot on the push. I got an Ableton Push 1 over here. I used to do it a lot on that guy, but it got sticky. I don't know if anyone else has a push, but they get sticky in this kind of terrible way. Like the finish on it starts to come off. It's kind of a nightmare. And now I just don't even want to touch it because I just get stuff on my hands. It's pretty terrible. So yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I did some looking online. It seems like a whole headache. So I just said, screw it. I'm putting that over there. I'll just do it by hand. Maybe in the future I'll get a fancier pad or whatever. Anyway, long answer, but that's the drums there. So yeah, let's do another one. We'll move a little quicker this time. Maybe we won't. This turned into like a whole thing. We got like a whole kind of section here. So where should we go next? Let's see. Let me jot down the tempo. I liked this one being at 105. Or not the time signature. Tempo. Do a locator. I don't want to automate the tempo. We'll just do a 105 BPM. All right. Where do we go next? Let's do one from Volume 2. Volume 2. So let's see. We did Volume 1 here. Volume 1 focuses on the smooth side. Would you guys agree? That was a pretty smooth one there. A little esoteric sounding, mainly because that one went from B minor to B flat minor. So one semitone. So the chord progression is literally just going down a half step. So anytime you have a chord progression where it's starting in one place and going up or down one semitone, that's usually going to be the kind of the most angular kind of chord motion. But that's what this pack is all about. I've done the work of basically figuring out the way that puzzle can be solved to make that angular jarring motion feel smooth, because there's always a way you can do it. There's always, with any root movement, or there's a way that you can voice the chord, position the chord, and use a chord quality, meaning like major or minor or 11 or 7 or 13 or whatever it is. There's a way you can do it to make it feel and sound smooth, even though it might be a jagged kind of chord motion in theory. So that's Volume 1. Focusing on the smoothness of it. Volume 2 focuses on, oh, you know what? We got my stuff here is frozen. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Volume 2 focuses on the crunchier aspect of it. So it incorporates the use of dominant chords. Yeah, Nate. So Nate asks, do you have any exercises to help us be able to any exercises to help us get better at making chords connect smoothly on your own? Yes. So first off, I've done a handful of videos on this, quite a few actually, on the channel. So definitely check out the playlist of videos called chords that vibe. So there's a lot of good, that's kind of where I've put a lot of the information and illustrated it and animated it as far as on screen and everything. So there's definitely a lot there. I've got a couple resources online that are PDFs on the store here. They can be useful, although they don't really focus on the smooth connecting so much. They do in certain ways. But I am putting together a course that's going to be coming out in the first part of the year here. I don't have a date yet because I'm still working on it. I'm hoping to have it by hopefully March, so in the next couple months. Obviously, I'll be announcing it here. But I'm excited about that because I've taught at schools, I teach privately, and I've got a kind of a whole system of how you can do exactly that. Okay, you've watched those videos, Nate. Okay, cool. Then yeah, probably the course will be really useful for you because the course is going to be going in super detail, showing you all the stuff and way more resolution than I can in obviously like a 10, even 20 or even 30-minute video. And there's going to be like materials, quizzes, office hours, I think. So it's going to be a whole thing. I'm looking forward to sharing that. I think it'll be cool. I'm hoping to achieve a little bit of like a classroom vibe with that. So I'm working on that. Aside from that, connecting chords smoothly. If I had to give you kind of a couple ideas here, one would be look for a note that both chords have in common. And let's see, I can show you this very specifically here. I can actually show it to you in the pack. Awesome progressions. Gotcha. Yeah, let me show you a couple things here. I think this will be useful so that we can explore a little bit more of the pack on the way to going to volume 2. So for example, let's see, why don't we go to D minor? We can use that one that we kind of pulled out there for a second. So D minor to G minor 11. Let's check this out. Oh, no, this is not a drum pattern. Let's go over here. Okay. So this is a good example here of a great way to make things sound smooth, which is common tones, meaning just a note that the chords share in common. So this is D minor 9, meaning that it has the 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, and we're in the key of D minor. So with all these chord progressions, the first chord is typically the key of the song. In fact, I think it always is. That's kind of how I structured it. And then the second chord is G minor 11. So there's a few options here. You can see there's actually there's 3 notes in common. There is A. So A is an option for using a note that is on both. You could use A. You could use C. You could use F. So those are all 3 options. So you could come up with 3 versions of this chord progression that all use those as different common tones. So for example, let's listen to it here. I'll show you what I mean. This one's got C on top. So doo, that's the note. That's the note on top. My buffer so we can eliminate some clicks and pops real quick. Okay. And if you're building chords from scratch, you can kind of start just by thinking like this. You can think, okay, let's say we just picked chords out of a hat. You say, I want D minor. Okay, you say, all right, D, F, A, C. And then you say, okay, how about G minor? So that's D minor 7. And then say, how about G minor 7 next? Okay, G, let's zoom in here. G, B flat, D, and F. That's G minor 7. So you say, okay, Well, right now these are pretty disjointed. In fact, let's go ahead and make this I'll make it a 2-bar loop. It's pretty disjointed, meaning if we were to listen to this just as is, even though the chords in theory move between one another pretty nicely in theory, meaning it's the 1 chord and the 4 chord, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That works. Sometimes that might be exactly what you want. But if you want it to sound a bit more smooth, your first kind of thing you could start playing with is there a note that's in common? So what note's in common here? What notes are in common here between these 2 chords? What's up, Tape Stop? Welcome. Yeah, let's see. We'll do our little course vibe here. What do we see here? Who's got an answer? What are the common tones here? Yeah, Brainwasher. Exactly. D. Yep. Nate, D. D, and there's one more. What else we got? D is in common, and there is one more. It's so simple in concept, but then when you actually get down and do it, it starts to kind of get a little bit hairier sometimes. But D is absolutely right. Happy New Year, Brainwasher. Hope you're doing well. Exactly. Nate, F is the other one. So we got D and F. So we've got 2 options there. So we could try both. Let's try both. Let's see. And then the game becomes, okay, well, if I want D to be my common tone, a good place to start with putting your common tone is on top, because whatever note is on top, you perceive as being the melody. Exactly. Jorge's got it. F as well. Yep. The reason why you perceive the top note as being the melody is kind of maybe a larger discussion, but to me, the most tangible way to think of it is if you think of a choir. You've got low male voices, slightly higher male voices, low female voices, slightly high and higher female voices. This is bass, tenor, alto, soprano. And these are the groupings of voices that make up most instrumental groups, meaning a string section. You've got bass, same name. You've got cello, that's your tenors. You've got violas, that's your alto. And you've got violins, that's your soprano. So there's a choir in there. You have the same thing with saxophones, soprano, sax, alto sax, tenor sax, baritone sax. There is bass sax. There's all sorts of ridiculously large saxes if you've ever seen that. Same is true of every woodwinds, brass. Some are a little clearer than others. Like the string orchestra is very clear. There's 4 different sizes of basically the same instrument. Just like human voices, typically the larger the person, the lower the voice, the higher the voice, the smaller the person. So we typically hear that soprano voice as being the melody because it's highest. It kind of soars over the rest. And I don't know, we just focus on it. I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the way we like look at the treetops or look at the sky or look at the stars. Something about like just the zenith. Our attention kind of goes naturally to the zenith, and you can think of that as being the high note. So the top note of the chords, the highest one in pitch, is what your ear will kind of naturally perceive as the identity of what is being communicated, even though there's multiple notes. So if we want that D to be our focal point, the zenith, the thing that we latch onto in terms of what we perceive when we hear these 2 chords, then we would need to have this D be on top. And then we would need to move this F, because if this F is still on top, it's going to take our focus away, and now we'll hear the melody, that top note, as being D to F. We'll hear it like, we'll hear do, do. So this needs to come down. And now we've got a chord motion, it's still D minor 7 to G minor 7. Same exact chord progression, but now we've got D consistent on top. This is what it would sound like. So yeah, and now that's not necessarily any better or worse than what we had before, but what is true about this, what my observation about this is that now the same underlying harmonic motion in theory is occurring. We're still going from D minor to G minor, which would be the 1 chord to the 4 chord in the key of D minor. But we don't overtly hear that in the way that the actual notes are being communicated. We don't hear this 1 and then a 4th up. We can't observe that. Instead, we kind of see it as like this blob moving in this kind of more amorphous way. Although we can feel and we can perceive that harmonic motion happening within it somehow. And now let's go to the second one you guys mentioned, F. What if we don't want D? Because there is something about this chord. Can you guys see? What about this chord is obscuring that D note a little bit? Anyone know? I'll just repeat this D chord a little bit here. What about this D chord? Any thoughts? It helps to have an extra bass note, an octave or 2 down. Yes, it could, but that would only reinforce the kind of clarity and maybe make more obvious the harmonic motion, which at times is absolutely what you want. But I think what we're talking about here is trying to increase the ambiguity and not make it feel so clear that things are moving, because that's really useful for modern beat-based, electronic-infused jazz vibe music, is to basically create the illusion that nothing is changing, that we're just vibing on 1 chord over a beat, because that's kind of the essence of like the jamness of electronic music and hip-hop and all that stuff. But if we still want there to be this kind of interesting chord progression happening within that, we have to basically hide the fact that the chord's moving. So we might want to actually not do anything that would highlight the chord motion and do everything we can to make it feel like, no, nothing's actually going on here. We're just jamming over 1 chord. Yes, I think someone said it. Yeah. Nice. Glad you're digging it, Brainwasher. Yes. Keltail, it's a whole step away. Exactly. C is too close to D. Exactly, Jorge. Nate. Yep, that's it. That's exactly it. Right. The fact that the C and the D are right next to one another, whole tone. They're 2 semitones away, so I guess they could be closer. It could be C and C sharp. And that would be the same problem, except even more of a problem in this way. But even 2 semitones, it's still too far. Or I'm sorry, it's still too close. It's obscuring the D. Whereas, look, over here, the D has room. So you usually want a minimum of 3 semitones. Because watch, if we move this C down to B, it's not going to work for the chord. But now if we just listen to these 2 tones in a vacuum, now there's room for them to breathe. So you want at least a third. If you want maximum clarity for the top note, you can absolutely do this. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this. This is very useful. Even this can be useful. But if you want clarity of the top note, if you want to maintain that clarity and be certain there's nothing obscuring it, you want at least 3 semitones, a third, a minor third, between the top note and then the next note down, or using our choir metaphor, the soprano and the alto. So, since we don't want a B in our chord, we want a D minor chord, maybe a better choice for our mission of taking this first chord progression we were talking about, taking this initial version of it, D minor 7 to G minor 7, maybe a better candidate would be keeping the F common tone on top. Because if we do that, and we move, let's say, both of these up, now all of a sudden, we get the same pleasant quality of the fact that the chord is changing, but the notes are together. They're compressed in a way, and they move smoothly between one another. And also, F is now is unobscured, and actually double points because we have two common tones on top. So now we have created very much the sense that nothing is changing, because if we were to just play the top two notes of the chord, nothing is changing. So if you were to just play that, you might say, well, it's just D minor. But we know in our minds, well, no, actually there's something afoot. These notes underneath, the tenor and the bass note, in the choir sense, not necessarily the bass, meaning like the bass track, but the lowest note of the voicing of the chord, is making this D minor 7 to G minor 7. And now this is where I might say, cool, it's a little high. What if we move it down an octave? That's a little more cozy. So I also, that's another big part of the puzzle, is which octave you're in. Optimizing its position in the octave range. And not even just octave, but its position in general is really important. Which brings me to the next point here. Are you guys into this? You guys vibing with this? Is this cool? I don't want to get too into the weeds here, but it seems like you guys are on board for this. So there's one more thing we can do, because this was a bit high. Okay, cool, nice. You guys are feeling it. Let's keep going then. We'll keep going for a bit here. So cool, nice, awesome. Yeah, nice. So if this is a bit high and we want to go down an octave, okay, cool. Killtail. Yeah, hang on to that thought. We'll remind me in a minute when we get to the end of this kind of thought here. Go ahead. Feel free, if I forget, pop it in once we get to kind of the end of the thought here. So if that one was a bit high and this one is a bit low, how can we split the difference? Now, here's where things get even a little bit more fun. Is, well, splitting the difference might involve moving, for example, this A up, because now we're kind of in between the two. Before, when we had this chord up, A was on the bottom, F was on the top, and now by doing this and kind of putting the A up here, we're kind of in the middle between the two. But A is not a common tone, right? So if we also move this note on top. But now here's a really useful part of this. This is where you might say, okay, well, why does it have to be G minor 7? What if we made this G minor 9? What would then what would that add to the G minor chord? Let's see. Let me put it over here. We'll build it over here real quick. So if we have a G minor 9 chord, what would that note be? 5, 7, so 1, 3, and our new note, the 9, would be A. And now look, isn't that convenient? Because by swapping G minor 7 for G minor 9, it's not even really a swap, but just shifting our recipe to include the 9th, not just because arbitrarily we want the ninth or we want to be fancy or whatever, but because we need an A. So now we could make this 9 and we've got another common tone. And now it's a little bit more well positioned in the range, meaning now we've got and what's really elegant about this is look, there's only one note changing. C goes down to B flat. All three of these notes stay the same. And now here's where we might want a little bit more reinforcement of the root note. Something like this, perhaps. We're just adding the roots back into the mix. Maybe we'll put them an octave lower. And there you go. So now we took something that was just kind of two blocks, not a whole lot of specifics going on there, and we turned it into this really smooth kind of thing here. And everything, how I like to approach it is that everything is coming from kind of trying to address an observation that you made about what's not quite working for you in that moment. And don't get me wrong, I'm not personally, I don't sit here and like very consciously think, now what is my observation about what I don't like? How can I solve that? I'm just kind of phrasing it that way because I think that's a little more helpful to communicate. But this is ideally, you do this enough where it kind of gets baked into your way of conceiving harmony from the beginning, and then you kind of just naturally are drawn to these things. So every now and then you might need to check in and make an adjustment a little bit more intentionally, but the goal is that you do this enough that it just kind of you kind of develop a bag of tricks or a harmonic vocabulary where you kind of have a sense of what voicing kind of works for which chord. Like for example, this one, now you might say, okay, in the key of D minor, I know this is a good move because if I want to go to the G minor, that's an available option. Yeah. So that's kind of the idea. Yeah, Keltail, what was your question? And anyone else have any questions or thoughts on that? And let's see. I need to plug my phone in here because that's what I'm reading the chat on. So hang on one second. Go ahead and ask your question, Keltail. I'm curious. I'll see if I can conveniently get to it there. Yeah, that's okay, Keltel. If I can remember what it is, I'm happy to answer it. If I can, off the top of my head, remember. Brainwasher, yes. Maybe you. I don't know if you were in the chat. We were actually just talking about that, but I'm working on it. A course is in the mix. I'm trying to. I want it to be. Everyone's got a course now. I feel like, at least I'm always getting ads for all sorts of stuff, which is cool, but. I've heard it can be hit or miss, so I'm really trying to make sure if I put a course, when I put a course out, that it's like legitimately a course where you're going to feel like you came out of it really with a better understanding of what the course is about. So yes, I'm working on it right now. I'm shooting for a early this year release date. So I'm currently working on filming it and solidifying the curriculum and figuring out the best way to present the material, which if you guys have any thoughts on what, I'm curious, feel free to let me know what you guys like. Videos, Zoom sessions every now and then, like worksheet / course material. I don't know if that's the most popular, but oftentimes that's a really great way to just drill a concept, is to actually sit there and have a very focused kind of exercises to work through. But I'm curious. I know everyone's got a different learning style, and also, everyone's busy. Everyone's got life to live. So I'm curious what might fit people's vibes. But yes, I also give private lessons. So feel free to reach out to me through my website. I offer lessons one-on-one over Zoom. So that's a great way to, in the meantime, access this kind of a vibe. Aaron, great question. I plan on doing both. So definitely some production focused ones and chord theory based stuff. The one I'm working on initially here, which will come out first, will probably be a little bit more focused on chord stuff, but it will be in the context of production. So it won't just be like music theory at a keyboard. It'll be about using that stuff and then immediately putting it into practice in various styles. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think that'll be cool. And like I said, I just want to, I'm working on making sure the format is actually useful. Yeah, having something to practice after. That's what I've learned through the private lessons that I teach and the classes I've taught at some schools, is that there's really no replacement of that kind of, I don't want to call it homework, but basically like having something to then, after the lecture, whether that's a video or whatever, go home and actually drill through stuff. Not everyone's necessarily looking for that experience, but I think if you're someone who's like, I want to learn this stuff in the next few weeks, that there's really no replacement for that. Yeah. Awesome. That's great. Yeah, so much we're going to pay for it. I know. There's that too. I don't know. There's so much. It's I'm trying to find a way to do that without it tapping into the homework kind of mentality that we all have, I'm sure. Nice, cool. This is great. This is great. This is great to hear that there's an interest in that. Cool. Oh, and Keltail, your question here. Let's see. I'll tell you what, I'll get to that in just 1 second. I'm going to hit play on this. I've just got to plug in my phone, so I will be right back. Oh yeah, Daft Punk homework. All right, I'll be right back. got so yeah, Kelltail. Trying to go back to your question here. Let's see. How did you get the chord at the very end? Yes, you know what, Kelltail? I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, so that chord at the end there is a dominant chord, and it is a. Sorry, it's throwing me off because I'm looking for myself here. Looking at myself. Let's see. Is there a way I can avoid that? Probably not. One second. Okay, cool. So that chord is a dominant chord, an altered dominant chord. And I purposefully didn't really go super deep into that because it would have required like another 15 minutes of video to really fully explain it in a way that would make it so you could take it and use it yourself. So that's actually a perfect segue though, because that is exactly what volume 2 of the Chords That Vibe MIDI pack is all about. So volume 1 was what we just did in terms of common tones and finding notes that are close and moving, no matter how zany the connection might be. Volume 2 focuses on exactly those chords and their position, usually at the end of a phrase, just like in that video. And what they're... Nice, cool, nice. That's awesome that you found it. And so, yeah, what Volume 2 focuses on is dominant chords. And that's what let's build the second demo on this stuff. And maybe some of that information will come across, and that's definitely what the course, and also if you want to sign up for private lessons, that's what a lot of my students actually we work on, is just talking about those kind of more, I don't even want to say complex, but just those more intricate kind of chord and harmonic ideas, and then how you can apply them to modern music, because a lot of those chords are plentiful in jazz styles and stuff. But it's difficult to find a way, or it's not difficult, but it can be tricky to find a way to take those and make them useful in modern music. Because if you just start learning about dominant chords and all that stuff, chances are you'll find yourself in like 1950s land, which is great. Don't get me wrong. I love that music. But if you're trying to make stuff that sounds current, fresh, and kind of has a modern appeal in some way or another, you got to kind of finesse things, and that's a lot of what the channel is about here, and that's a lot about that's a lot of what my interest in music has been, is kind of merging those two. So cool. So let's see. Let's go to volume 2. Let's see. Let's do our thing again here. We'll go to volume 2. Somebody give me a key. We did B last time, so not B. Let's go to a new key. Not B. How about what? Somebody give me a key. Any key. We got our folder here. G. I'm with that. Let's do G. All right, let's see. And you'll see now we've got all these, well, you probably can't see it. It's pretty tiny. But in addition to our minor 9s, 11s, and all that good stuff, we've now got all these new things. We've got F sharp 13. We've got D7 sharp 5 flat 9. this is, I think, where this pack really comes in handy, because it takes a while to digest this stuff. And honestly, I wish I had a pack like this long ago. I have a lot of books, not in here, but I've back when when I was coming up, I was on the cusp of YouTube's invention, so didn't really have it when I was trying to wrap my mind around this stuff. And I bought all kinds of books, textbooks, and there was little nuggets in each of them, but they didn't really spell it out completely. You kind of had to go figure out a lot of it yourself. So that's what this pack really does. Is it? I think I say that in the product page on the site, but at the very least, this is a great way to basically look at the inner workings of this kind of harmony. Even if you don't end up using it, the progressions themselves, like this is. I wish I had something like this. So let's see. G minor. Somebody asked about a 4-chord progression. So let's use one of the ones that uses more than 2. Let's do this one. This is G minor 9 to A flat 13 sharp 11. Here, let me just pop it down here. G minor 9, A flat 13 sharp 11, D flat minor 11, D7 sharp 5 flat 9. See, this is what I'm saying. Once you get into the dominant chord world, you gotta buckle up. You really gotta buckle up, because just the terminology and all that gets going pretty quick here. So let's listen to it. Let's see. Let's check it out. Here we go. Let's turn our guy back up. Here we go. Oh, that's why. Sorry. Volume's a little low. I forgot I put the master down when I was talking. Here we go. Now we should hear it a little better. Here we go. Can you hear the difference? That when we've got those dominant chords, these two. So these are the dominant chords. This one and this one. BPM up, sure. Yeah, let's get a little quicker. I agree. We were slow. We made our way up to 105. Let's gradually make our way maybe up to house territory. So let's go to 115 for now. So there's a lot to talk about here. The idea, though, behind dominant chords, the way I like to communicate it, at least as kind of an initial concept. Let's see. Somebody said dominant is a flat 5 and a flat 7. Nate, so if I had to give, if we're giving the most brass tacks tangible like identifier of a dominant chord, it's a chord where the 3 is major and the 7 is flat. So to show you what I mean there, let's go here real quick. If we said, let's take a C major chord. We add the 3rd, which is E. We add the G. What would the 7th be? The major 7th. Regular 7th. Anybody? I know there's a bit of a delay. But let's see. Yeah, exactly. B. So B. And now if we wanted to make this a dominant chord, what would we have to change to make this a dominant chord? B flat. So now with this being B flat, it's a dominant chord. You can always kind of double check your thinking with a dominant chord by looking at the chord saying, okay, cool. The third is major and the seventh is flat. So the 5 doesn't have to be flat, to answer your question. The 5 can be normal. It can be a normal 5. The 5 doesn't really matter. It matters a lot, actually. It gives it a lot of its color, but it doesn't define it as being a dominant chord one way or the other. So, and the last thing I'll say about this is that a dominant chord, the cool thing here, what does this chord resolve to? Anybody know? It's kind of cool. I'm enjoying seeing, if anyone kind of has the concept here. Where does this chord resolve? C7 goes where? Anybody know? Where does C7 go? Yeah, exactly, Aaron. To F. Exactly, it goes to F. And that is because a dominant chord, the dominant chord quality, that 3 and the 7 exist on the 5 chord. So take any key. If you come across a dominant chord, I should rephrase that. It can come in many places, but if you're thinking about the most basic format, kind of like in a simple world, if you come across a dominant chord, it would be fair to think of it as the 5 chord of a key. So we come across, and we're walking in the wild, we're going through the forest here, we encounter a C7. It is indeed a dominant chord. It's got a major third and a flat 7. And we say, oh, okay, a dominant chord. You must be the 5 of something. And you say, okay, well, in what key is C the 5? We say, okay, well, in the key of F, C appears to be the 5. F, G, A, B flat, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. C is the 5. So that should resolve to the 1 chord, which would be F. And what's cool is, check this out. If we move the E up 1 semitone and the B flat down 1 semitone, look at that. We've got the makings of a F major chord. It's inverted, but we've got an F major chord. So we could put our... And now this is going to sound very simple, but check out how it sounds. Let me make this. Here is how it sounds. Longest build up ever. Here we go. Ah. Here we go. One more time. Put the root down an octave maybe. Okay. That is the essence of a dominant chord. And if you can hear that, right? You can hear that inevitability, that resolution feels so complete. Too complete, right? Where could we use that in modern music? I mean, that's like church music, lullaby music. Like, it's difficult to make that fit into any kind of contemporary style. It's hard to make that sound cool, hip, vibey, interesting. I'd say is impossible. I challenge anyone. If you can make that sound, if you can give that some swagger of any kind, I'm very interested in hearing that. Tom Waits, that's a good example. Yeah, Tom Waits that's a good example of maybe taking that very old style and kind of putting some twang on it. Gospel funk, yeah, maybe closer, but still not quite that mild mannered for sure. Not anywhere near it. Okay, so the point being, that's the concept. That's kind of the, yeah, exactly. It's got a very like cable access, yeah, exactly. You guys got the picture here. But it's important to see it in this way, because this phenomenon of, you can even just play those. So we can even get rid of everything else. So remember, C7, E is the third, B flat is the seventh. So those are those two identifying characteristics of the dominant chord, right? The E needs to be major and the 7 needs to be flat. And what's really cool about those two notes is that they contract in contrary motion, meaning they both move towards one another. They have like a magnetism where B flat goes down to A and E goes down to F. So one semitone, and even just with these two notes from each chord, you can hear that same completeness of the resolution. Here we go. Right? We almost don't even miss those other notes. This is the power of a dominant chord, is that just with the 3 and the 7 alone, it propels the motion to the resolution point. That's what the dominant chord's all about. I like to think of it as gravity. It's like once you play a dominant chord, you enter into the gravitational pull of that kind of planet, that planet being the one chord. And no matter what you do, you kind of have to then deal with being pulled to the surface of that one chord in one way or another. You can kind of like, you can go through like a black hole and shoot out another place. There's ways you can kind of avoid landing on that surface, but nevertheless, the pull is occurring. Once you hit that dominant chord, you're being pulled to that, whatever that one chord is, to that 5. That's the concept. And so in Chords That Vibe Volume 2, that's what I'm taking advantage of, is that phenomenon in this MIDI pack. So in Volume 2, as opposed to Volume 1, where everything is smooth and we're just kind of gently coasting from one planet to the other, no real pull. In Volume 2, it's a more turbulent, wrong word. We're taking advantage of that pull more and more. So that's what we're seeing here, is that as we move between the chords, let's go back to our progression. As we move between these chords, that's exactly what's going on. We start on G minor 9, and then we go, our next target is D flat minor. So here, let me show you. If we remove these, we get something more like this. G minor 9, D flat minor 11. One more time. So as it is now, those sound very disconnected. It's exactly what we were talking about earlier. They're not connected. They feel disjointed. But now what we're putting in between each one is, here's a hard one. Here's a hard one. Bonus double points to anyone who can get this. If we want to arrive at this D flat chord, that's this one here. That's D flat minor 11. If we want to arrive there, have a feeling of being pulled to that D flat minor 11. In other words, that D flat minor 11 is 1. What would the 5 be if of D flat? Anybody know? Aaron, you're close. You're close. Not C, A flat. Yep, A flat. Aaron's got it. A flat. Exactly. So if the one chord, if the resolution point is D flat, the dominant chord of that the 5, which would be the dominant, would be A flat, meaning that if we precede that D flat minor chord with an A flat dominant chord, we should feel more propelled and pulled, and it should feel inevitable that we land and that we arrive at D flat. So that's exactly what this chord is. This one is an A flat dominant chord. And we can double check that by saying, cool, A flat, and look, C, that's our major third, G flat, that's our 7th. And now what about these other notes? These other notes are where all the color comes of dominant chords. That's what in that other example, the very simple one, that one doesn't have any color. It's just the mechanics. It's just kind of the nuts and bolts of the dominant resolution. Here, we're never doing that. Here, we're adding all sorts of color to it. So, for example, this one is A flat 13 sharp 11. So we've got 1, we've got the dominant 7th, we've got the 3rd, the major 3rd, but then we've got B flat, which is the 9th, we've got F, which is the 13th, and we've got D, which is the sharp 11. And so now this adds all sorts of color to it, and now it matches the level of color and vibe that the other chords have, the G minor 11 and whatnot. And what you'll notice is that the reason I've chosen these particular notes is because they lead smoothly. Each voice kind of has a melodic character in that choir sense. Some more than others, but none of them jump around. They're all kind of weaving and navigating. And so now check this out. And all of a sudden, can you feel that momentum that builds up there when we get that A flat? Also, the G is just that's a semitone motion. In other words, we go from a G chord to an A flat chord. So it's not that distant. So in other words, we're kind of using A flat as almost this like portal to D flat. G to D flat, which is the two arrival points, G minor and then D flat minor, those are kind of unrelated. They're kind of distant. They're kind of disjointed. But A flat gives us, like, we're in the world of G minor, and then we just like turn around and it's like, hey, here's a back door. Through A flat, we can go right to the world of D flat. So that's what gives it that kind of hit, sleight of hand, harmonic feeling. Right? And now we don't have to stop there because we got to get back to G minor. If we just go right back from D flat to G minor, we have the same problem. Now we're kind of still just jumping from one land to the other. So what do we need to do to get back to G? Same question. What would be the dominant chord required to get back to G? Another tricky one. Anyone know? Same logic here. But how do we get back to G with that same? Got it. Aaron's on a roll. D. So we need a D7 chord, a D dominant 7th chord, and that's exactly what we got here. We've got D7, and let's see, it was what? Sharp 5, flat 9. And again, those notes are just, we got D, we've got the major 3rd, we've got the 7th, so everything checks out, and then we're adding additional notes that are alterations that support the smooth movement. And wouldn't you know it, D is one semitone above D flat. So if we look at the root movement, we go G up a semitone to A flat, then that resolves us to D flat, and then same vibe. We go up to D, which brings us to G. So in a weird way, it's actually quite smooth. It's kind of like this nice mechanic. There's some nice mechanics working here. This is what dominant chords bring to the table. This is the the whole game of dominant chords is that they make harmony into this really wonderful Rubik's cube, where all of a sudden things start snapping together and have like magnetism and kind of push and pull, and it expands your palette of harmonic colors in a huge way. That's what volume 2 of Chords That Vibe is all about. So every single one of these chord progressions in volume 2 has a dominant chord working within it. It has this kind of like dominant chord as the nucleus that kind of keeps things kinetically moving. And there's 132 in here, so pretty cool. I'm pretty stoked on it. Yeah, exactly, Nate. Well, volume 2 is a great place to start. There's a lot to talk about with dominant chords. So yeah, that's definitely going to be, honestly, dominant chords could be their own course on their own, but they'll definitely be a part of what's going on. And they're actually something that I want to start doing on the channel. As you can probably already tell, even just from this description, I think a lot of people might get scared away if you just come in, talking about dominant chords, because it's pretty, I don't know. If people are already kind of hesitant with music theory, and dominant chords are like the ultimate, deterrent within that world. So but I do have plans to just, in terms of just obviously the open access, open source content of the channel, I'm going to start having dominant chords be a big topic of it. So even aside from courses or MIDI packs or everything, definitely want to start bringing that into the mix. So far, everything's been airing on the more smooth side because it's a little bit easier to dive into. Dread, yes, exactly. Diminished chords are kind of like the estranged sibling or whatever to dominant chords. They have the same engine in at their core, but diminished chords are kind of like this kind of lives in the shadow. Diminished chords kind of live in the shadows of dominant chords. Hey, that's awesome, Aaron. Yeah, exactly. Barry Harris has got he has his own a whole concept of his own. But you're right. It's absolute it's all bebop, which I'm with you. I love it. I very much enjoy that music, but a lot of the stuff is hard to find a direct way to bring it over into music that doesn't, sound like it's 50 to 100 years old at this point. Yeah, Brainwasher. Yeah, that absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to hit me up. And if any of you guys have questions about any of this stuff or whatever, feel free to. You can reach out on the Discord. You can reach out if you have questions about courses or lessons or any of that stuff. You can reach out to the contact form on my website. And if you just have questions in general, the Discord is a great place to go for that, where I can answer questions, and also there's just other people in there who are of like mind, who can also answer questions. Bebop is dangerously close to just being an exercise. Yeah, for sure. Although if I would say if you got to check out Charlie Parker. I'm sure you guys have already if you've listened to any bebop. But to me, Charlie Parker's like, he's the real. He's the real like vitality of bebop. If you listen to his stuff, it's complicated. It's still very much, there's an argument to be made that it's very much like an etude in a sense, but it's so full of life. As the years went on, I agree with you. It kind of became more and more just maybe a musical, whatever, kind of boot camp in a way. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mingus is great. Mingus is absolutely great. Yeah, Nate. Patreon is a great way to support. Absolutely, I put stuff up there. I'm trying to kind of settle on what maybe people would appreciate the most in the Patreon. But I put all sorts of stuff up there. Videos of my sessions that I cut the videos from on the channel as of late. The full videos. There's some MIDI and some samples and some project files from the videos up there. But I'm kind of currently trying to figure out exactly what the Patreon can be in terms of what people might be into. So that's a great place to support. In terms of supporting in other ways, a great way to support is just also kind of just patronizing the stuff I put out there in terms of resources and stuff. I try to make the resources useful to a wide, to kind of like people who might have found the channel. In other words, the MIDI pack, there's a lot of people I think are interested in chords, so I want to put stuff like that out there. So that's a great way to support as well. That definitely keeps the wheels on the bus. Hey, Brainwasher, awesome! You have a great weekend as well. Glad to have you hanging out here. You take care, man. Yeah, Aaron. Honestly, that's awesome to hear you say. Yeah, because that blew my mind. Honestly, when I found that, I was like, oh, how have I never come across this? This should be, especially once you get into the weeds with chords and stuff. Like that's a major pain. Like even this chord progression, if we just switch it to sharps, it's like all of a sudden everything is nonsense. It's like a complete headache. So that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that I wasn't alone in that. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. This is cool. This is great. Great to get the feedback in this way. I agree. Group lessons could be cool. A really cool way to do that. I've been kicking around ideas like that. It's just sometimes it's hard to find the most elegant way to do it in terms of just making it work, but maybe just keeping it casual is a way to go. Nice. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's what's at the heart of this pack is dominant chords. So let's keep rolling here. And then D7 gets us back to G. All right, let's use it. Let's make another demo here. Let's go ahead. Let's do it. Let's go up to 120. Let's do Houseland. Okay. Let's get a one pad. I'm gonna pick up the pace here. Let's keep it moving. Let's see. Let's do maybe let's do this kick. We'll do dominant chords, they work well with all these styles. Hip hop, is absolutely has open arms to dominant chords in this way, due to just the inevitable jazz importing of jazz into it. House does as well. House sounds great with this kind of stuff, with these kinds of dominant chords. All right, let's see. How about this one? We might not even need to change. This one just works right out of the box, honestly, in terms of the chords and the position. Yeah, exactly. This one's very much Berlioz territory. Jazz house, Saint Germain, that whole kind of world. All right, where am I here? I'm on my rim. Oh, not that one. Let's go with uses an MPC to great effect, and yeah, check, he's got some cool videos. So the groove pool allows us to add swing presets, and that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm using the swing presets or swing profiles from exactly Kelltail. Yeah, exactly. Kelltail, right? Yeah, Kelltail. Exactly. So it's a bit of a long story in terms of swing, but swing basically shifts either the in-between notes. So you can have 8th note or 16th note swing. We want 16th note swing because with the tempo we're at and the subdivision we're playing with, that's kind of what we want. So the way that these numbers work, I don't know, you can't really see them, but if you go to your Ableton and you check this out, they all have a number. So there's a swing profile. This is Swing MPC 3000, taken from the MPC 3000 or modeled after it. 16ths, meaning it's a 16th note bass swing. There's also 8ths, which would be an 8th note bass swing. And then there's a number from 54, 57, 61, usually on up to about 74. And that's percentage. So normally you have 16th notes. A 16th note would be right in the middle of the 8th note. So if we think of that percentage-wise, it's the 16th note is 50% in between the 8th notes. So what these do is they nudge it ahead. So a 61 swing profile like this one, you'll hear it. A more aggressive one like 71. What that's doing is it's making it so the 16th notes are no longer 50% in between. It's now 71% in between, or 68%, or 64%, or whatever that number is in between. So basically the first area is larger, and then the second area is shorter. So it's shifting it over. And that's just what a lot of house does. That's what a lot of music does. So we're going to do, I think, 61%. Let's start with that. And now that's going to sound, we'll do it to the drum pattern as well, although it doesn't matter right now because we don't have any 16th notes, so it will be essentially bypassed. And here it is. Let's see how it sounds. Very subtle, but if you start playing with it, you'll hear the difference. The same thing we did before, taking all these ideas from the Chords that Vibe MIDI pack and just nudging things around, not really even adding anything. So let's see, D flat, let's see, what do we want to do? This one could go a couple ways. Yep, that's nice. I want to put a note here. That's not the right one, but we'll try a couple notes here. Out. Connecting it, just finding connecting. That works, that should work. In fact, we could even maybe get, this might be too much. I think this is gonna be too much, but let's try this. It's a little too chromatic. Let's try it. And we'll actually do this on 16th notes like this. No, actually, what do we need? We'll do it on the offbeat. And now these need to come over here. Shifting around, just shifting around. Aaron, I mainly play on the keyboard, on the musical keyboard, and then I will do drums sometimes with the mouse and keyboard. I don't really do the push anymore so much, or I haven't as of late. I don't really do any like the grid-based stuff. But yeah, I would say I mainly play on keyboard, on a musical keyboard, and then I edit, and sometimes with drums, it's just easier to punch it in. The reason I'm doing it mouse and keyboard today is because we're starting with these MIDI clips. So I just want to really showcase and highlight how much you can get out of these MIDI clips. But I usually don't go that way. I like this though. I think this is, we're getting somewhere here. I want these to be short, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think or maybe just another hit here. I think this is what I'm hearing. Yeah, I agree, Nate. I agree. I want to do something with this chord here. Something's telling me to do. I was throwing it off a little bit here too. There we go. Get our root notes. What's the SV1? Is that the Korg keyboard? Is that the Rhodes Korg keyboard? Okay. But yeah, that sounds like a good recipe. Digitact, Ableton. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of truth to just keeping it simple, for sure. Nice. Yeah, that's a good recipe, man. Yeah, a nice kind of Rhodes keyboardy thing. Digitact for kind of some sampling. I mean, Ableton. Yeah, I mean that's a nice rig there. Okay, let's go with this. I'm cool with this. Let's just do what we did before. Get a little bit of those splashiness going here, and we'll keep rolling. Yeah, okay, cool. This will work. I think this will work. I like just trimming the edges here too. Just kind of, there's something nice because it's actually kind of, you split the difference, because when I play things by hand, I end up editing it, making it more precise. And now here, starting with these MIDI clips from Chords That Vibe, I'm doing the opposite. It's perfectly on grid, and now I'm just obscuring it a little bit. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of like same distance, but just from the other side. Yeah, and then maybe these will not be cascaded. They'll be more rhythmic, so we'll just kind of excuse me. Excuse me again. Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Dread. Yeah, there we go. And then this, this I want to be way more. This might get weird though. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. It'll be fine like that. Yeah, I know. I do that from time to time. Sometimes I just like the simplicity of just kind of not of just kind of placing it, placing it where you want. And sometimes it actually takes less time, depending. I mean, if you're doing this to like a whole drum clip or something, for sure, it's not the way to go. But since I kind of know exactly what I want these to do, I think in a weird way too, actually, sometimes I actually enjoy this part. It's like this stuff is where it almost lets your brain recharge. So then it's like, okay, I'm disengaging like the critical thinking of what I should do next. I'm just going to do something tedious for even just when it's like 30 seconds, 45 seconds. It's like, I think it's important to even have that it's like an alternator, just shifting back and forth between those things helps, I think, sometimes. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Zen garden thing, exactly. Okay, that works for me. Let's get a little, let's change the sound here. I want to maybe, let's get a different, yeah, just raking the pebbles. We'll leave this one. I'll go ahead and deactivate this for the other one. And let's get a new one. I'm going to, same deal, all roads. In fact, check this out. Here, let me show you guys, because you've seen the Rhodes one. I've shown that off. It was kind of what I featured in most of the videos, because it's what I was vibing on the past month, the end of the last year. But check this out. Check out this decent sampler. So you can get all Rhodes. I hope it comes up. It might not come up, actually, because it might not show the window. Let's see. Because I've got OBS just capturing my Ableton screen. Yeah, bummer, unfortunately. That's a bummer. Let's see. I'll have to show it on a different stream when I've got OBS rigged up. But I've got a nice little situation here. It's just not showing the VST. So anyway, decent sampler. I was going to pull that, use all roads in that format, which you can use in any... yeah, exactly. Okay, anyway. I got a whole UI thing and a background image. It's actually kind of much lovelier than the Ableton one, so looking at least. So anyway, for another, I'll do that when I have it rigged it up another time. But for right now, let's see. Let's go to Dusty. Yeah, let's use a lo-fi one. Let's get real lo-fi with it here. Let's do lo-fi. Here we go. Let's see. Is it hard to fix it? No, not really. Let's see. I wonder what I could do. Yeah, let me see. I would like to show. Let's see. It might actually be kind of tricky, actually. It's not really tricky. It's just I don't want to risk potentially. It could get hairy and jam up the stream potentially. But I'll put that on my list for the next stream I do. I'll probably do another one in the next few days. And I'll definitely be putting a video out showcasing the fact that it's out now, because a handful of people were asking about whether it was available for other DAWs. So definitely going to make that known, and I'll show off the decent sampler one for sure. Okay, so lo-fi. Let's go here. Let's see. Yeah, I like that. I did make the UI, or you know what? Let's see. Hold on, I can do this. Here, give me 1 second while this plays. I can do this because I want to show you, especially since if anyone's thinking of picking up the all roads, this is what you would be getting, and it's nice. I enjoy it. So here, I can take a screenshot of it at the very least. Let me do that. No, you're good, Nate. No worries at all. There will be no vibes diminished here. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, this will work. Okay, cool. In fact, what am I saying? I already have a screenshot of it. Yeah, I already do. Because I put together the manual for it. Everything comes with manuals and PDFs it's got, here, let me make sure I turn myself down a little bit here. It's nice. It's pretty simple, but it's got all the same functionality that the Ableton one has and everything else. So yeah, it's runs as a VST. It also runs standalone. You've got a tone, which is basically the filter, vibrato, pitch modulation. The motion is auto panning modulation. There's delay and reverb built into it, and then there's even attack and release, there's a bunch of presets that come with it. So there's multiple presets. I think there's 8 different presets that are all different configurations, and so the attack and release give you nice swell, very like pad-like versions of it. It's really nice. Yeah, I'm very happy with how it came out. So I think you all will dig it. If you grab a copy of that and you want to use it in whatever your if you want to use it in Logic or Cubase or Reaper or anything, any DAW, any situation. It also runs standalone. So even if you don't have a DAW and you just want to play these sounds with a keyboard, you can do that too. Yeah, cool. So that's that. Nice. That worked out. What's up, Aaron? Welcome. Hello. All right, cool. So we will head back over here. Oh, not that one. Cool. Let's head over to Ableton again. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, what next? Let's get those rhythms. Xbox Music Maker. There's no way you've got a Digitact in. Wait, was that you? You. Aaron's got the Digitact, right? Am I blanking? Yeah. All right, let's see. I was gonna say, there's no way you've got all that gear and then you're on your Xbox. Although I feel like I did see a video of somewhat recently, like in the past few years, of somebody doing that, or maybe the PlayStation one or something. I don't know. All right, let's get these rhythms locked in here. Let's see. Actually, you know what? We don't even need it. Let's just drop this. I like this shaker loop I got in here. Let's do this one. Let's see. Where next? Let's get a little ghost note action. Yeah, let's get a little ghost note action. There we go. Okay. I want to get a ride. Let's get a ride in here. Let's see which one of these rides sounds nice. Nice high pitch one, maybe your cymbals. Let's do that one. Let's do this one. Let's hear it. Okay. A real classic Saint Germain kind of thing with that. Yeah, Dread, it's working. What changed? thanks for your contribution. Yeah, I was gonna say, what is it? Super chat. Appreciate you, Aaron. CRC 2000 shit. Yeah, I appreciate that so much, man. You're the man. What is it? I got such a tiny screen here. That's why I'm looking on my phone. Cheers. Okay, yeah, I see a coffee cup. I don't know what that is. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for your support. In that way and in other ways, you've been an awesome energy on the channel. If anyone hasn't, you guys should go check out Aaron's music. He's got vibes galore. He's got some great stuff. It's on SoundCloud. Yeah, you should drop your link in here, Aaron, or just go to Discord. He's got his stuff up there. But appreciate you, man. We got to dedicate this one's this. We got to dedicate this to Aaron. Aaron, or maybe you get naming rights on this, Aaron. What are we gonna call this one, Aaron? You get to title this demo. buffer down again. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. All right, let's see. So yeah, Aaron, he's surfing. So yeah, bass. Okay, so bass. You know what? I could show you. Yeah, I was gonna play it, but I could show you, and that's more to the point of what we're doing anyway. So bass. I'm just gonna drag. Oh, here. Let me bring it to the right spot. Here we go. Back on Ableton. Okay, cool. So bass wise, we're just going to take the chord progression and we're just going to duplicate it to the nod. This is what I was doing, what I was just playing, but I think I can show you more effectively in this way. So what we're going to do is I was just playing, first off, I'm just playing the roots. So I'm just kind of like, all right, what do I need to get the roots to happen? So there's the root. And then I was just jumping up to the seventh. This is kind of just like the basic sketch of what I was doing. G, D, F, G. That's not the rhythm, but that's kind of like what in my mind, I was like, that's what I need to do over the G chord. And then I was like, all right, when we get to the A flat here, when we get to A flat, I need to hit the A flat, ideally at least before we go to the D flat. Because remember, that was the whole concept. We need to make sure we get that 5 to 1. So I need to make sure we get that 5, that A flat, going to 1, the D flat. So that's really important there. That's like a very important note. So I'm like, I need to hit that A flat. But I don't necessarily have to hit it immediately here at the beginning. I can, but I don't have to. So then maybe I'm thinking like, okay, well, if I'm rising up D, F, G here, maybe I can hit A flat here. Maybe. And now I'm not so concerned with the notes of the chords beyond that. I'm thinking, all right, I just need to get from G, I need to get to A flat up here maybe, and then back down to A flat here. And then I definitely need to hit D flat here. And then for the D flat, I was like, let me dance around this note. I was doing this note. So again, kind of a similar thing to this. I was like, I want to rise up through D flat. I want to go D flat, and then I want to maybe hit the A. So I'm kind of just outlining the chord. And then I think I did do-do-dee-doo. What did I do? Yeah, that's actually what I did. Is I went like D flat, so that's just the 1 of D of the chord, D flat, and then I did E flat, which is the 2, and then E, back to E flat. So, and basically what that is just, it's the D flat minor chord, and I'm just going 1, 2, 3, 1. Which is just kind of a nice, I'm basically outlining around the 9, because E flat is kind of the 9. It is the 9. So I'm kind of just living on a momentary note there on the 9. And then same concept, where then I was like, all right, then I need to get to D. And that's kind of where I stopped. That's when you asked there. That's kind of where the end of my thought process. I didn't know it. Then I need to get to D, which brings me back to G. So kind of, let me show you kind of what I'm thinking is the whole sketch. Like, this is not rhythmically what's going on at all, but this is the sketch. Is basically like here, G. And I maybe want to like just do some pentatonic scales. Like it's like the D, the F, the G. So really you can think of it as like those are just embellishments in between notes going from G to G. Why is this so quiet? Oh, the velocity. And then I need to hit A flat. And then get to D flat. And then here I'm just thinking I just need to do some fanciness here. Just embellish D flat, which I like. That's just a thing where I can't really explain to you. It's just what came to my mind of. That's just kind of where my mind went. But it's just emphasizing D flat. And then I do like this. I'm leaving this because in my mind I'm putting an asterisk on this thing, saying to myself, maybe the Rhodes is doing this. Maybe I can interact with that with the bass one way or another. And then it needs to get to D. So that's what I'm gonna now play over. You can kind of see as I do this how I'm gonna try to distribute these notes. So now I'm thinking I want to maybe, since this is coming down in the Rhodes to D, this is where the D starts here. Maybe I can rise up to D. So how can I basically create like a contrary motion line? Like this. So the chord here is D minor. D flat minor through all of this, and then I need to hit D7 here. So if I think like, okay, let me just backtrack. So D flat, then I'm in D flat now, so that'd be B, and then maybe A flat, and then maybe just another D flat here. So I'm just kind of creating like a contrary line, whereas, so instead of it being like, instead of it being I'm now creating here, let me move it over here. Is this making sense, Aaron? It's a good question though. I have a couple students who I need to focus on bass more. I have a good way. I have a way that I feel like I can reliably communicate harmonic ideas. I'm trying to solidify my approach to communicating bass ideas because it's a little bit more mysterious in some ways. It's harder to succinctly kind of pin it down in some senses. So the melody's going. Yeah, exactly, chordy. And then I need to get to D here. So I'll maybe go. Or no, it's. And it doesn't sound great. but maybe it will in context. So now I'm just thinking a contrary line. So that's where it becomes a little bit more mental, you know. I'm not going by feel, but maybe now I'll kind of massage that in a way to try to get it to feel a little bit more natural. But I've gotten an idea there. So you can, this is kind of cool. I haven't really shown it this way before. I haven't done this before, but it's a little hard to see. But like, this is kind of the outline, is I'm like G to G, like we said, A flat, D, embellish somehow, and then I need to walk up to hit that D there. So I know I want to do that. And then more D. So it, like, now I have these little pieces that now I'm trying to rhythmically figure out how they best fit together. And that's more groove oriented. That's more like, how can I make this feel like a balanced syncopation kind of thing with mainly the drums and the accents of the chords. So that part is not necessarily something I'm actively picking apart as I play. But this is kind of the outline. So let's see what happens. And already instantly, I just thought to myself, this is too fast to do that. So I'm like, okay, I can't do all of that leading up with that Rhodes part that goes do 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 do. So I only need to do some of those notes. So maybe the first one, maybe just those couple. Getting a little distracted now, because I actually, to be honest, I'm now overthinking it, because I've almost like kind of gotten out of the flow of it by thinking about this, which isn't a bad thing, but it's kind of interesting that you can kind of this is a perfect example for me, at least, of I overthought it, and now I'm like, now I need to maybe just do it in the MIDI roll, because the playing part of it, I'm like too invested in what I've already intellectualized in a way. Aaron, yes, this is the nod preset from the Ambi Electronic. And for any future viewers, this is the bass is the nod preset from my Ambi Electronic preset pack, which you can get bundled with the All Rhodes. Boom. Yeah, it's a nice subby. I like it for that too. Nice subby kind of thing going on, for sure. Cool. Let's see. It's the nod preset. Maybe I said that. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see. So, yeah, we'll do it on the, we'll do it over here, because I think I got the idea. And playing in something is trickier too, because you got to nail the take, you know. That's sometimes it's a little more difficult. So let's go ahead and just do it in the MIDI roll. It's kind of what we've been doing this whole time anyway, more or less. So let's see. I'm going to deactivate all these notes, and we'll just start with these. So like we said, we start with a nice low G. So I liked this. What I was doing is I was going. was doing A. So I'm just outlining G. I know I want to get to G here, and I'm just kind of encircling it by going da, 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 da. I think I was just doing all offbeats, which again, you can't really go wrong. If you want it to be kind of funky and kind of grooving, like try to avoid the downbeats, right? Except for on beat one. Beat one of bar one, that's kind of a good idea. That's where you anchor it. If you can anchor it solidly at the beginning, you can get away with just kind of going wherever you want. You can get as zany as you can manage with if you beyond that point, as long as you anchor beat one. Let's get all these to be the same velocity. Yeah, so there's a little idea there. Maybe we let G ring out a little bit. Maybe we even let this G ring out. And contrast, like we were talking about, long, all of these short. So long, short, 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 short. Build contrast into what you're doing. That's the way to go. Long, short, 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 short. That's what makes things easily digestible. That's what gives that's what gives us something to hang on to, it's what makes it not monotonous. Okay, and then here's where we need that A flat. Let's just go to A flat. Let's see what happens. And then we get that D flat here. So this is pretty simple. Offbeat here. Maybe we can do some business here, but for now, let's just keep this. In fact, let's get a nice subby A flat. I want that here, which means now maybe we can rise up and then back down. In other words, long, maybe just we jump up an octave. Could be as simple as that. Maybe it's just, again, long, short, short, long. So we're kind of just playing with this. I like that. I do like what we were doing there, what I was doing there on the keyboard. So I think that was just do. It was just going through the scale. Do 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 do. So 1, 2, 3, 2. And maybe can we linger? Can we give it a room to breathe? Let's see. And again, I'm still doing exactly the sketch here. And this is kind of what I was trying to do on the keyboard. I was just kind of struggling to make it happen, playing wise. Oh, and actually on the keyboard I was going do 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 do. What is that? 4 E and 1 E and. Oh yeah, okay. So I was doing this. I was just continuing down. So that's the 7th and the 5th there. So again, just parts of the chord. So you can build all of this out of the MIDI that we had initially. Short. Once you get dialed in here, you really can feel how different the long and short is. Like for example, check this out with it long versus with it short. Not bad, but check out how punctuated it is when it's short. You see what I mean? I'll do one more time. Doogity don't don't, but doogity don't don't. It's so different, so much more. It feels so much more intentional. It feels like someone's got like precision of their language, of how they're saying that in a way. And now here's that thing. This is what was jamming me up. Is actually I liked this idea, and now this is I was struggling. Is that this has to come very quickly after it. So I was trying to put a pause here when really, if this is going to happen as well as this, they have to happen. They have to be connected basically, and that's what was tripping me up when I was playing it on the keyboard. So, it could be as simple as this. Let's just have it be D flat. Yeah, this is very clear on the MIDI roll in a way. should probably get long again, because this is short, you know, do-do-de short, da short, short, short. And then instead of it being short, probably serve it being long. And then we can do some business here. And then the Rhodes is going da, da, da. It's doing groups of 3/16 notes. So it wouldn't be bad to have the bass kind of link up with that. And we could start with just octaves, meaning it's D, 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 just in different octaves. Let's try that. So here's kind of the implement. This is what I was trying to do at the keyboard, what I probably would have gotten close to if I was sat here for another 20 minutes trying to get it right. But this is the idea. I like that a lot. And now one thing I was hearing is I felt like this needed to be doubled. I just can't tell you why, but it just doesn't hurt to have it be 2. I just liked the sound of that. Maybe have them be a little disconnected so we can hear they don't blur together 100%. Let's see. I'm not crazy about it. That might be something where I decide to do it just the second time. But I do also want to address this end part. Let's see. And then here, maybe we just lead up to the bass. So you can always kind of go from the 7th chromatically to the root. So in other words, this is a D chord, we're a D note, we just start on the dominant 7th, the flat 7th, and chromatically go to D. So the D flat, the C sharp doesn't fit with the harmony, but it's justified because we're moving chromatically into it, and you can almost always kind of make that work. And then here, now this feels like this should be short. Do-ka-do-gang. And then I want to note here, this could be a few things. Let's do just another root. Get away with doubling this as well at times. Let's try that. And I'm going to drop my thing because we're getting pops again, and I'm not playing anyway, so that's 4. So I'm going to increase my buffer. Cool. I think we're pretty good here. I'm going to do one thing that I did on another sketch, not on stream, that I think will work here. And basically what I'm going to do is fill in this. There's kind of a gap here where it's just everything's chilling, which is cool. But I think we could add a little spice just right here. So what I wanted to do, yeah, I agree, Dredd. It's there's definitely a lot with the bass in that way, with everything, honestly. It really kind of, it's dare I say, kind of quantum in a sense, where it's like it only it only quite collapses into kind of determinism when you observe it, meaning like when you're actually like when it's there, and you're observing it, when you're hearing it played back in time and in space, then you're like, oh, that's what it is. It's this particle or this wave, so to speak. Probably putting a little bit too much mustard on it in terms of a description, but that's how I kind of think of it sometimes. Okay, so what I want to do here is get all roads again and use one of these filtered ones. I'm going to do modulated low pass. I liked doing this on this one house kind of thing. And I want to just put a little filter action right in that moment at bar 95. On a choice note of some kind of that D flat minor 11 chord. So I'm just going to copy the MIDI clip again. Chords That Vibe, Volume 2. You get the zestiness here. Volume 2. Crunch dominant chords. 132 chord progressions. I mean, this is enough for multiple releases, honestly. As I was making it, there were times where I thought I should just make 100 albums with this stuff. And maybe I still will. I am right now as we stream. But what's cool about chords and harmony is that these are just frameworks and you can flesh them out into so many different things. And that's what harmony is. At its core is kind of in many ways a framework of music in which harmony and melody and rhythm and everything else can kind of arise from, in a way. It's like harmony can be a fertile soil in which other musical elements that have more of a fingerprint, more of an individual identity, in which they can grow. That's volume 2. Volume 1 is the more smooth aspect. You can get them bundled together. You save a bit there, and you can get them bundled with the All Roads instrument that we're using currently, which is compatible with all DAWs, with Logic, with Contact, and compatible with all DAWs through the use of Decent Sampler, which is a free sample plugin. Cool. And there's also a bundle that gets you All Roads, the MIDI Chords That Vibe packs volume 1 and 2, and the sample pack, which we haven't quite delved into today, which is 30 audio samples that are all audio recordings of 30 of the 264 progressions in the MIDI pack. There are 30 of them played with the All Roads and recorded, fleshed out, and they're not just blocks. So the MIDI pack gives you kind of blocks that you can adjust and manipulate. With audio, obviously, you want more you don't want you want it to be already more fleshed out because you can't edit it as readily because it's an audio file. So they have a certain amount of rhythm and melody injected into them already, and there's syncopation and stuff. So that's a cool pack. We'll probably check out one before we end tonight, but probably do another stream specifically on that one. But that's what's up. That is the blend. So here is the filtered sound, and what I want to do is just add maybe one note on this D flat chord. So some kind of thing here, like maybe we sync up with the bass. This note here. What if we just sync up here? Let's try that first. Not quite. I want it earlier. Hey, thanks, Nate. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate you, man. Let's see. Say, At some point, maybe at the end of the stream, would you be willing to share your story in terms of starting out in music and getting to where you are now? Absolutely. Yeah, that'd be my pleasure. Yeah, let me know if you have any specific questions, but I'd be happy to give you kind of the background. Yeah, why don't let's polish this up, and maybe we can chat about that a bit, and then we'll listen to what we've got, and maybe we can end there. Appreciate the super chat and the support. You're the man. Hey, what's up, Digital Underground? Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the vibe there of just like doop. Okay, and then maybe what we can do is we can sync up with the bass there and then do this note here. To do with this is get the modulation to kind of sync up. So let's do 16th notes here. Yeah, there we go. Maybe we can change the offset. Let's see. Not quite. Let's try 180. Grabbing the end of it here. I'm trying to get it to not do that. It's like going wub up, wub up. Let's see. There we go. 180 doesn't give us that. And maybe let's focus the filter frequency. Yeah, that works. That works. It's a little dark, but it works. So do all the lows all the way down. I'm cool with that. A little more reverb. Higher frequency, maybe. Actually add more the second time with that bass note down here. Let's see. No, we'll do it like that. Yeah, and maybe the first time, can we do just one? some delay on it, but I also don't want it to conflict with the chord that comes next. What are these notes? F sharp and E flat. So it's not quite perfectly in mesh with the D7 chord. So we needed to get out of the way somewhat quickly. But let's see, can we let it linger a little bit here? Now that we've got that, I don't think we need the second note. It's much tastier just that one note. Here's the question, last thing we'll do for this is, since this note is F sharp, that works with the D flat minor 11. It works with the D7, it's the major third, but we have the F, the sharp 9 here. So is there a different note we could use? I do like that one. You know, the E flat might be better. Let's try it. Yeah, we'll go with that. It's kind of a cool sound. Here we go. Cool, we'll call it there. That's it. Why overcomplicate it? There we go. Yeah, I like that too. That kind of a sound. Maybe we could do something like this. Let's automate from 8th note to 16th note. Let's try this. Let's do that to make it, yeah, that'll make it disperse at the D7 chord. That way we don't have to worry about it too much harmonically. So that'll be right there. actually the same now twice, so we don't need to do it twice, which I don't mind. Let's hear how it sounds here. Yeah, that's cool. Then it just disperses, which is handy. Cool. Let's see. You can't even really hear it disperse, but I like how it just disappears. Very, very subtle. Nice. Slick way to get the delay out of the way without having to kind of like just remove it. So let's see. We will. I think we got it. We got two solid demos there. That's cool. That's good. That's good. I had ambitions of getting even. I had wanted to get 6 done, but I didn't anticipate going so deep. Actually, these are better to have higher quality ones than just more. So this is great, and it was cool to have an opportunity to kind of chat with all of you guys about the specifics of harmony and stuff, which makes total sense because that's what this MIDI pack is all about, is the specifics of harmony. So that was great and very cool to kind of get maybe a taste for what a potential kind of course / group lesson / just maybe even just some future streams could just be, in terms of kind of just being I don't know, you call it what you will, but just kind of being like a little of a, what's the right word? What's a good word for it? I almost trying to find a word that doesn't make it sound too pretentious. Just a kind of chord / music theory / whatever, just kind of chat, I guess. I don't know. Well, yeah, let's see. I definitely, Nate and Aaron were both kind enough to kind of put their hard-earned in the tip jar here, so I definitely want to answer your curiosity here. So Nate, you said share your story in terms of starting out and where you are now. So yeah, is that subtle panning from the ping pong being highlighted in the echo effect? Yes. So I think that's it. At least in that filtered sound, that's where the ping pong. That's where all that stereo is coming from. Is the ping pong. Yeah, so I started out making let's see let me give you like a real, like not necessarily a long answer, but just a real answer in terms of what would I actually say. So yeah, I guess. Yeah, how you first started playing, when you got more serious, if you went to school. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that gives me a kind of jumping off point. So yeah, I kind of started playing really young. I kind of grew up just in a musical environment, and some of my earliest memories of playing music were just sitting at the house piano. And one thing I do definitely have kind of connected the dots on were sitting as like a tiny little kid at the piano and just being obsessed with the sustain pedal. So I would just I never took piano lessons. I wonder. Anyway, never took any kind of piano lesson. But I would just sit at the piano and hold the sustain pedal down and just like play notes on top of one another, like with the sustain pedal down the entire time. And I just loved the sound of the reverberation of the acoustic piano. So I would just listen to the overtone series. Now what I know is the overtone series. And I obviously didn't know that at the time, but I kind of, as I've reflected on what I've gotten into as the years have gone on, I realized like that was that was like OG reverb. That was like ambient. I loved the ambient overtone reverberation element of it. I mean, we just got finished playing with the echo and the reverb here, and if you've checked out any amount of the channel, you've definitely seen that things are typically quite drenched in reverb, as much as you can basically get away, as I can get away with. So anyway, that would definitely be like the beginnings. And then I got into jazz, so that's kind of what took the reins as far as where a lot of my time and energy went as I kind of was in high school and everything. So a lot of practicing, but it was mainly on guitar. So I played guitar, jazz guitar. That was kind of my main instrument for most of my years of practicing. But I loved Jaco, so I loved Weather Report and Jaco. So I got a fretless bass and played that kind of just as much. Basically my journey with music is funny because basically I have always loved it. The music that I love the most and the instruments that I love the most, for some reason or another, were like the ones that I'd never committed to playing. And I would play guitar and practice guitar, and I do love guitar, but weirdly I can't really point to a musician or that I really am enamored with that is an inspiration. Whereas like with bass, Jaco; with keyboards, I love Joe Zawinul and Bill Evans and Brad Mehldau and many others. So maybe there's something there. Maybe it was almost like guitar was a kind of a blank slate, that there wasn't someone I would immediately start emulating. I don't know. But so then went to played in jazz groups. So improvisation was kind of like the main focus for me coming up, and kind of was very much trying to just be as much of a like samurai jazz improviser as possible. Definitely deep in that world of like musical athletics, basically. And then basically, all the while doing that, I was making beats. I got Fruity Loops early on. Kind of got like, being a person who came up in the early days of the internet, came across a copy of Fruity Loops, I'll say it that way, and just started making beats. Loved listening to hip hop and Aphex Twin, and basically started trying to figure out how those sounds were made. Yeah, Portrait of Tracy, exactly. I love all that stuff. I was just listening to some bootlegs of Jaco touring with some of his solos with Herbie Hancock while on break from Weather Report in like 1977. They're amazing. And he plays Portrait of Tracy in those, or riffs on it and whatnot. So yeah, it was like a parallel branch, like doing like more intense musical gymnastics with trying to become like, striving for some level of excellence or virtuosic playing on an instrument. And I will say that comes with a fair amount of stress. It's not a very fun way to access music, for me at least. And a lot of the people that are around me that I saw doing that, they didn't seem to be filled with joy when it came to music. The reward was just like not failing, more than anything else. So making beats, making electronic music, playing with DAW was kind of like the other side of the coin, where that didn't come with all that stress and kind of pressure associated with striving for those things. So it was very much just like a fun activity that I would kind of do aside from that. And then kind of had a circuitous route through college and whatnot, and studied basically avant-garde classical music in Baltimore for a few years at university, and then with a composer named Stuart Saunders Smith, who's a really interesting character and musician, composer, and just kind of music person. So yeah, that really opened my ears up to just like, being able to entertain complete noise as music, and then basically tried to close Pandora's box, and ultimately went to North Texas State University and finished a degree in music there in a jazz context. But at that point, it kind of merged the kind of production and wanting to make music that was a little less extreme with jazz sensibilities. And that's kind of where I'm at now. That's kind of what we did tonight, is trying to bring a good amount of the complexity that exists in that music without succumbing to the complexity, while keeping it, still interesting and enjoyable to listen to. Dare I say, even, keeping a grip on it being accessible to an average listener, or I don't dare to say that. I was going to say, dare I say, mainstream, but definitely keeping it within grasp of the average listener. So kind of just balancing it all out now. So I don't know if that's feel free to dial in more specifically, but I would say that's a kind of the snapshots of the things that brought me here. Reverb from an acoustic piano, getting sucked into the portal of jazz, quote unquote jazz kind of culture, and then kind of coming out the other side being like, hey, let's just kind of make some stuff that vibes but is not suffocating itself with its pretense, I guess, in a sense. Hey, Promit, what's up? Nice. Yeah, hey, welcome. Let's see. So you have a question there? I got an additional question. You first started playing. You said, yes. Do you think you can be great without going to school? Absolutely. I learned a lot in school, but it's really just about the teachers that you have and the potential mentorship that you can get from them, and even more so your fellow the people in the program with you, the students alongside you. So in other words, school is a great kind of it can be an incubator for a lot of things to happen. Obviously, it can be. It's not always, but it can be a place where you can kind of exist outside of quote unquote the grind of real life for a while, which can be valuable, but it can also be detrimental because that can catch up with you when real life resumes. So there's that too. So yeah. I would say are you considering going to school? Are you what do you play? I'm curious. I can answer that maybe more specifically if given what you're maybe trying to accomplish in school. More than anything, I would say that school is a great place to kind of get it can be a place to get in touch with the tradition of music. Which is super valuable because on YouTube, myself, my own channel, us here on this channel included, you can find the recipe, the instructions, the advice for anything. And that's great. But it's usually very, of the day, of the moment, and those things are constantly changing, right? So 6 months from now, there'll be a whole another crop of topics that are relevant or trending or going viral or popular, whatever. So those are constantly in flux. And you might find yourself really proficient in a certain little fashion sense of one aspect of music, but then that might just kind of change underneath you, and you might find yourself struggling to adapt if that's even what you want to do. And getting in touch with the tradition of music can put you kind of in a position where you have an understanding of it on a larger time scale, making it maybe a little bit more, making you a little bit more readily able to take things within a kind of a timeline, and therefore make it so that as things change, you don't actually have to change that much. You can instead just kind of roll with the punches and enjoy the changing flavors as they come, because you already kind of maybe have an idea of how those trends have already evolved in the past. And when something happens, you might already have an inclination of where it's headed. not that you'll know the future, but that in other words, it puts you in a mind frame of maybe adapting because you've studied the adaptations that preceded you. There's nothing that says you can't do that without school, but I'm just saying on YouTube that's a little harder to come by, although you could absolutely find resources online and on YouTube that would help you do that anyway. It's just a little bit outside of I find they're a little bit off the beaten path. Whereas in school, that's kind of what the curriculum is in most cases in a traditional music school or even semi-traditional. The curriculum's kind of, I think, set up for you to go down that road. And in fact, you might find yourself not being fed enough of the stuff relevant to the day. So it's kind of the opposite. Let's see. Play keys. With little to no theory. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. If you've been playing for a decade, yeah, yeah, exactly. And you're giving me a good kind of framework even for, or you're adding to my kind of role because as I've said, I teach private lessons. Promit takes lessons. He's in the chat. What up, Promit? We've actually got a lesson tomorrow. In working with private students, there's a lot of different types of students kind of given me over the years that I've been teaching now. Obviously, every student is completely individual, but kind of seeing the different archetypes of a student, the different ways that people are accessing music. So, yeah, I kind of have a vague... I'm projecting, but I can kind of project a vague... archetype of maybe the type of musician and type of person you would be in learning music. And yeah, it seems, again, based entirely on that projection, yeah, it sounds like you'd probably be, if you've already been exploring music and digesting music for a decade and have kind of been doing things, something like school might be a hard pivot. I think there's a reason why school can be best maybe in a early part, like right after high school. It's where maybe it can be when you're most moldable, that once you're doing your thing, you kind of learn enough about yourself and the way you learn. It might be better to find courses and stuff and kind of like find more specific ways to acquire that knowledge. So yeah, that would be my 2 cents on it. It's a big question though. There's definitely not one answer. And yeah. But yeah, where can you go for the whiplash treatment? Wow, that gives me a whole bunch of images. That might be a fun way to present some materials. Are you looking for the whiplash school of beat making? Where you just stand in the corner and I just throw chairs at you. And then we record that and sample it. You want to become a jazz Navy SEAL? Yeah, exactly, Dread. Yeah, that a lot of the jazz world is kind of that way. You know what, Nate? I have not read that, but I've had it. It's come up a few times, and it seems like a really cool read. I need to check it out. Yeah, Aaron, that would be cool. Yeah, Zappa's kind of got his own philosophy as well, from what I've seen online, and his music, of course. Yeah, I hope that gives you some food for thought, Nate. Yeah. Reads the audio version. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't realize that. That might be a cool way to go. I've seen definitely videos and kind of he's become a little bit memeified in a way. I've seen clips of him being like, I don't have any musical skill. I don't know how to do anything. And it kind of, I kind of wrote it off a little bit, but then I've had a student bring him up a few times, and it kind of made me realize that there might actually be a lot more to it. And I was kind of too quick to maybe let the meme be the end all be all of it. So I'll have to check that out. Absolutely. Okay. Well, I say, let's check these 3 sketches out, the 2 that we made on stream, and the one that I made before that uses the Samples That Vibe All Roads sample pack. And we'll call it a day. It's been a nice long stream here. I appreciate you guys hanging. And yeah, I'll most certainly be back on stream. I'm going to be kind of like, as I finalize this stuff, I'll be kind of having fun making stuff with it. And then I'll be back to making some more kind of fully polished videos, or not polished, but edited videos. And yeah, and we'll jump into the new year. I got a lot of fun stuff planned, and yeah, looking forward to it. So appreciate you guys being here. First stream, first video on the channel here in 2024. So cheers to you guys. All right, let's listen to this stuff. Let's see, let me get my little filter action. It's always fun to have a filter when you're just playing stuff back on the master. All right, let's see, what do we got here? We'll let them loop a couple times, and we will do our thing. Let's see, maybe I'll put some locators. What was this one? 122. And then let me grab my other one. Oh, here. Let's go to Ableton land. Here we go. Oh, hey, yes, Nate. Fusion Green Beret, Aaron said. I'm liking this. Yes, Nate. I usually do. Today was a little. I didn't know when I was actually going to be able to hop on, so it was a little bit last minute. But yeah, I intend to. I usually, that's always my goal, is to give a heads up, at least like earlier in the day. I know at least when the stuff I watch, it's always kind of fun to see it like in the morning and then be like, oh sweet, I'll check that out later. Okay, yeah, this is the other one, so we will grab this. I don't remember what tempo this was. What was it? Oh, no, it's a 94. All right, let's see. And one last plug for any future viewers potentially scrolling through. We've got the All Roads instrument. The Rhodes you are hearing is the All Roads instrument for Ableton, for Logic, for Contact, for any DAW, through the use of Decent Sampler, a free plugin that lets you run All Roads as a sample instrument. We've got Chords That Vibe Volume 1, focusing on the smooth, more pure movement between 2 tonal regions. We've got Chords That Vibe Volume 2, incorporating dominant chords, giving you the crunch and zest. And each one has 132 MIDI files, can be fleshed into multiple tunes. And then we've got the Samples That Vibe, Volume 2, All Roads sample pack, which is 30 of these chord progressions rendered into audio using this Rhodes and fleshed out with rhythmic and melodic detail. They're pretty cool. We'll be checking that one out in future streams in more detail. And you can get all of this at jaronlopez.com. And if you go to the All Roads tab, you will see all of these things. You can also get All Roads bundled with the Ambi Electronic pack. And there's also bundles here where you can get the All Roads with the MIDI. You can get it with the All Roads and the MIDI and the sample pack. Any configuration, you can get it right here. So check it out. All right, let's check out these tunes. Let's see, I'll put myself on this side. Here we go. We'll start with the slowest one first. This one's 94. This one's got a little tenor sax on it, which coming soon. I'll be playing with the tenor. I got some fun stuff. I got some instruments. They're coming up. Got some instruments. I think some people in the chat might be able to guess, but I got some fun stuff. Anyway, here we go. Awesome, Aaron. Yeah, I will. Yeah, that's great to hear. This was awesome. Thanks for hanging out, and I will catch you next time. Cheers. Samples That Vibe Volume 2 there. It's pretty cool. I'm into it. A little sax action here. That smooth, but we forgot. We've got to turn our Rhodes back on. Here we go. It's okay. stream. Appreciate you guys coming through. Appreciate everything. Appreciate the chat. This was a fun one. Yeah. You guys have a fantastic morning, afternoon, whatever it might be. You guys have a great weekend. I guess everyone's got some form of the weekend. You're either in it, it's coming up, something or other. You all have a great one. I will catch you on the next stream. Peace.